welcome to another session of manifested online classes. We are still continuing the topic of group accounts, and in this session I want us to look on different types of group structure, and basically how we go ahead and prepare the consolidated financial statement in case of those different types of group structure. Now generally we have two types of group structure. The first one is called the horizontal structure, whereby the parent company do have Hi candidates, welcome to another session of manifested online classes. We are still continuing the topic of group accounts, and in this session I want us to look on different types of group structure, and basically how we go ahead and prepare the consolidated financial statement in case of those different types of group structure. Now generally we have two types of group structure. The first one is called the horizontal structure, whereby the parent company do have a direct shareholding in a number of subsidiaries, and then we also have another type of a group structure which is called a vertical group structure. So in case of a vertical group structure, this whereby the parent company will be having a direct shareholding in a subsidiary and also having indirect shareholding in something called a subsidiary. So therefore maybe in this case we can say that there are different types of group structure, including number one, we have the horizontal structure. Number two, we have the vertical structure, and also number three, we can talk of the mixed structure, or basically the mixed group structure. So these basically are the different types of group structure. Maybe you can start with the first one, that is the horizontal structure. So when talk about the horizontal structure, this whereby the parent company do have or is having direct shareholding in a number of subsidiaries. For example, in this case, we can be told that A Limited, which is basically the parent company, has acquired some shareholding in B Limited, C Limited, and also D Limited. So mean that the parent company here do have direct shareholding in a number of subsidiaries. So therefore, you can say that this is where the parent company, remember also the parent company here is called the investor because it has invested in other entities. The parent company or the investor has a direct shareholding, in two or more subsidiaries, So the parent company here is having direct shareholding in two or more subsidiaries. So a good example of a horizontal structure, let's assume that we have A Limited, and which is the parent company, So this company may have direct shareholding in a number of subsidiaries. For example, B Limited or A Limited may be having 80% shareholding in B Limited. A Limited also may be having something like 60% shareholding in C Limited, and also A Limited may be having like a 75% shareholding in another subsidiary, say D Limited. Now, this particular type of group structure, we refer to it as the horizontal group structure, because you can see the parent company, which is A, is having direct shareholding in 3 subsidiaries: B Limited, C Limited, and also D Limited. Now, in this case, when preparing the consolidated financial statement, we prepare them in the normal way, just like a case whereby the parent company is having a single subsidiary. Basically, what that means is that when preparing the group account, we add similar items of asset and liabilities of all the companies here. That is the parent company, B Limited, C Limited, and also what? D Limited. So therefore, you can say in this case, the group accounts are prepared in the normal way, i.e. by adding similar items of assets, liabilities, revenue, and expenses, of the parent company and its subsidiaries. So therefore, in case of what we refer as the horizontal group structure, the group accounts are prepared in the normal way. Basically by adding similar items of asset, liabilities, revenue, and expenses of all the companies within the group. The group. So let's move and look on the other type of group structure, which is number two, and that is vertical structure. So in this case, when we talk about a vertical structure, this whereby the parent company is having a direct shareholding in a subsidiary, and then also having indirect shareholding in what we refer as a sub-subsidiary. So therefore, you can say that this is where a parent company is having direct shareholding in a subsidiary company, and also indirect shareholding shareholding in a subsidiary, subsidiary. So the parent company here will be having a direct shareholding in a subsidiary company, and also indirect shareholding in what we refer as a sub-subsidiary. So what do you mean by that? Let's assume that we have 3 companies, and A Limited here, we are told, for example, acquired 80% of the ordinary shares issued by B Limited, and then in turn, B Limited here has acquired a 60% shareholding in another company here, which is called C Limited. Now, this particular type of group structure, we refer to it as a vertical group structure, because the parent company here, which will be which is A, is having direct shareholding in this subsidiary, and then A Limited, which is still the parent, is having indirect shareholding in C Limited, of which C Limited in this case is referred to as the sub-subsidiary. Subsidiary. Now, when preparing the group account, or basically the consolidated financial statement, in case of a vertical group structure, there are some important points which now the candidate must be able to know and which basically will help them in terms of preparing the group account of such questions having that type of group structure. So these are some of the important points to note. Number one, when dealing with a vertical group structure, these are some of the important points. Number one is that the candidates must compute the parent company indirect shareholding in the subsidiary. That is the first thing to be done. Compute the parent company indirect shareholding in the subsidiary. Indirect shareholding in the subsidiary. In the subsidiary. So how do we compute that particular parent company indirect shareholding in this particular subsidiary? So what we do, we take the parent company shareholding in the subsidiary. So for example, assuming A Limited, which is the parent company, has 80% shareholding in B, which is the subsidiary, and then B, which is a subsidiary or basically do have a shareholding of 60% in C. So to compute the parent company indirect shareholding in C, we take the parent company shareholding in the subsidiary, which is 80%, and then times the subsidiary company shareholding in the subsidiary, which is 60%. So in this case, or here we are going to get a rate which is 48%. So here we say that the parent company indirect shareholding in C, or basically in the subsidiary, is 48%. But in this case, despite or even if you get a rate which is less than 50%, still we say that the parent company is having indirect shareholding, or basically indirect control in C Limited, simply because A Limited controls this one, A Limited controls B, A Limited controls B, and then B Limited in turn controls C. Controls what? C. And because this controls this one, and this one controls this one, then in this case we say that this company here, that is A Limited, do have indirect control over the operating and financial decisions which will be made by C Limited, and also A Limited will be having indirect control as far as the composition of the board of directors of C Limited is concerned. So therefore, what you are saying is that provided this company is controlling this one and this one is controlling that one, even if you get a rate which is less than 50%, then that company is still a subsidiary. What that means is that when preparing the consolidated financial statement, you have to consolidate, you have to combine, you have to add together similar items of assets, liabilities, revenue, and expenses of all the companies. So that is the first thing when dealing with a vertical group structure. Compute the parent company indirect shareholding in the subsidiary. Number two is you need to identify the date, identify the date when the subsidiary became a member of the group. So number two, we can say identify the date when the subsidiary became a member of the group, and basically that particular date is very, very important, because when, for example, preparing number one, when computing the goodwill of the subsidiary, you compute it on this particular date when the subsidiary became a member of the group. And also when preparing something like the consolidated income statement, you prepare, or basically you take into account the result of the sub-subsidiary from the date it became a member of the group. That is why we are saying it is very, very important for you to be able to identify the date the sub-subsidiary became a member of the group. And actually, the sub-subsidiary is said to have become a member of the group on the later of the two dates between the date when the parent company acquired the subsidiary and the date when the subsidiary acquired the shareholding in what? In the sub-subsidiary. So therefore, you can say that the sub-subsidiary becomes a member of the group, becomes a member of the group on the later of the two dates, on the later of the two dates. So which are those particular two dates? We are talking of the date when the parent company acquired the subsidiary, and the date the subsidiary acquired the sub-subsidiary. So basically we are saying that the sub-subsidiary will become a member of the group on the later of these two dates. The later of the date the parent company acquired the subsidiary. So like maybe let's assume that you're told A Limited acquired shareholding in B maybe on 1st of January, like 2021, and then B Limited acquired 60% shareholding in C on 1st of January 2022. Therefore, in this case, we are saying the sub-subsidiary will be deemed to have become a member of the group on the later of the two dates. The date which is later. Basically, the date which is later is basically this one. That is 1st January 2022. So therefore, when computing now the goodwill on acquisition of this particular sub-subsidiary, we compute it on that date. That is 1st January 2022. And also when preparing now the group account or the consolidated financial statement, we must also know that we are going to consolidate the result of that particular subsidiary from that particular date. That is the other important point when dealing with a vertical group structure. Other than computing the parent company direct shareholding in C, you also need to identify the date when the sub-subsidiary became a member of the group, of which you have said it must be the later of the two dates. So the other important point number three, point number three is regarding the cost of investment. Cost of investment in the sub-subsidiary. So when talk about the cost of investment in the sub-subsidiary, we are talking of the purchase consideration which was paid by the subsidiary in acquiring the shares of the sub-subsidiary. The sub-subsidiary. Now, this particular cost of investment in the sub-subsidiary usually is split into two parts. So first of all, we compute the amount due to the parent company, or we compute, yes, amount due to a parent company. So when talk about the amount due to the parent company, this is actually the amount which is regarded or which is assumed to be paid by the parent company in acquiring the shares of the sub-subsidiary. So how do we compute that amount due to the parent company? So this one is computed by taking the cost of investment in the subsidiary. We compute this by taking a cost of investment in subsidiary times the parent company shareholding in subsidiary. A parent company shareholding in the subsidiary. Parent company shareholding in the subsidiary. Like in this case, assuming we are told that B Limited, in acquiring the shares of C, may be paid 100 million. Paid 100 million. So how do we compute the amount deemed to be paid by the parent company? So we take the cost of investment in the subsidiary, which we are given there as 100 million, and then multiply that with the parent company shareholding in the subsidiary. So the parent company shareholding in the subsidiary is 80%. So in this case, we get what? We get 80 million. So this is the amount deemed to be paid by the parent company in acquiring shares of the subsidiary. And this particular amount which we get here is the one which is then used in the computation of goodwill. So we can say that this is the amount used by parent company in computing the goodwill of the subsidiary So therefore, that this particular amount here, we use it in computing the goodwill of what? Of the subsidiary. Then from there, we also compute the amount of purchase consideration due to the NCI. It is important to note that in this particular subsidiary company here, the parent company is having 80% shareholding, meaning that the remaining 20% of the shares in this particular subsidiary here are held by the minority shareholders. And basically we said the interest of the minority shareholders in a subsidiary, we refer to it as NCI, non-controlling interest. So therefore, what we do next here is to compute amount due to NCI. Compute the amount due to NCI. So how do we compute this particular amount due to the NCI? So we take the cost of investment, investment in subsidiary, and then we multiply that with the NCI shareholding in a subsidiary. NCI shareholding in the subsidiary. For example, in this case, assuming the cost of investment in the subsidiary is 100 million, so we have to multiply that with the NCI shareholding in the subsidiary. NCI shareholding in the subsidiary is 20%. So this will give us what? This will give us 20 million. So this particular amount of 20 million is then deducted from the NCI at the end of the year. So we can say this is deducted from NCI at the year end. NCI at the year end. So when computing the NCI at the end of the year, so that particular amount due to the NCI, we are saying, will be deducted from what? From the NCI. So therefore, it is very, very important to note that when dealing with a subsidiary, for example, in our case here, C Limited, number one, in computing the goodwill on acquisition of a subsidiary, we have to compute it on the date the subsidiary became a member of the group. Actually, we have mentioned something here to do with identifying the date when the subsidiary became a member of the group, of which that should be the data of the two dates. That is the first important point as far as the computation of goodwill of the subsidiary is concerned. Number two is that when taking into account the cost of investment in the subsidiary, we don't take the full amount. If, for example, B Limited had paid 100 million in acquiring the shares of C, that is not the amount we use in computation of goodwill, but we use the amount which is regarded to be paid by the parent, because it is the parent company here which compute the goodwill on acquisition of C. The goodwill on acquisition of C is not computed by B, because it is important for you to note that in a vertical group structure, here we can say generally we have two parent companies. So A is a parent company to B, and then B is a parent company to C. But this company here, that is B Limited, in accordance with IFRS 10, it is exempted from preparing the group account because it is a partially owned subsidiary by A Limited. The company which is
Welcome learner to our continuing lessons in human resource management. Today we are looking at motivation theories and practice of human resource management, where we are looking at classical theories of motivation, and we are looking at Douglas McGregor theory X and theory Y. Now, this Douglas McGregor is known for proposing theory X and theory Y, which are two assumptions about human nature, and the theory X and theory Y on which are theory X and theory Y on how managers perceived and handled employee motivation. The theory X and the theory Y were developed by McGregor in the 1960s. And these theories have extensively been used to inform decisions in management and in human resource management. So what Douglas McGregor did, when it comes to theory X assumptions are the negative sides of the assumptions where some managers had the assumptions about workers. And theory Y is the positive side, according to McGregor, that there are some managers who made assumptions that, for example, in theory X, that employees are inherently lazy. And these employees may dislike work. These employees must be coerced to work. So when managers have that kind of a view about workers, then those supervisors or managers will handle employees with coercion or a dictatorial management style. But on the other side, where an organization, a supervisor or manager views employees with assumptions of theory Y, then the theory Y is the opposite of theory X. And in theory Y, it is presumed that individuals will even like to do work so long as the environment is created to have them to work effectively. And what Douglas McGregor proposed is that managers should emphasize on the theory Y assumptions to be able to create environments that help employees achieve their objectives. So we can have a look at theory Y and theory X, and then we see what were some of the assumptions that were made under theory X and theory Y. So here you have theory X assumptions, theory X assumptions. Okay. Now, when it comes to theory X assumptions, as you have said, Lana, this is the positive side. Okay. This is theory Y, theory X. Theory X is the negative assumptions that supervisors or managers may have regarding workers. And what are some of these assumptions? What are some of these assumptions of theory Y? We have just indicated that in terms of a working environment, a manager may argue that the average worker is inherently lazy. So this kind of a manager makes an assumption that a worker is inherently lazy, for example. 2, dislikes work. 3, cannot take responsibility. 4, should be coerced. Should be coerced. So that means forced. Should be coerced or forced to work. should be coerced or forced to work. 5, will avoid work at all options. So if an employee has an option to avoid work according to these assumptions, a manager assumes that this employee will avoid work at all options, at all options, or maybe opportunity. So these are the kind of assumptions, and these are not all the assumptions. These are some of the assumptions that were proposed by Douglas McGregor, that when you look at a work environment, there are some managers, and these managers may have this kind of assumptions about workers. And when they have this kind of assumptions about workers, then these kind of managers are likely to adopt what is called a dictatorial approach to managing these particular employees within the working environment. Then, on the other hand, there is now the theory X assumptions. Theory Y assumptions. Theory Y assumptions. Now, the theory Y assumptions, this was the negative. So theory Y is the positive side. And when it comes to the positive side, according to Douglas McGregor, employees, the average employee will work willingly. The average employee will work willingly. So what is important is for the management to create a conducive environment. So according to McGregor's theory, when it comes to the theory Y assumptions, what are some of these assumptions? One, workers can take initiative for their work. Two, workers are responsible so long as the right conditions are created. Workers will seek extra, will take initiative and seek extra responsibilities. So what we are saying, Lana, if you look at the theory Y assumptions according to McGregor is arguing that this is the progressive side, and workers can be what is called highly ambitious. Creativity is inherent among the workforce, and so on. So these are the issues. On the theory Y assumptions, if managers make an assumption that the average worker will take initiative for their work, the workers will be responsible so long as the right conditions are created. Workers will take initiative and seek extra responsibilities. Workers are highly ambitious. Workers are willing to be involved in decision making. And when it comes to performance, these employees are able to provide output. So what McGregor provided is that Douglas McGregor, as a note learner, McGregor indicated that it is the responsibility of management to create the right work environment, for employees to operate in. So according to Douglas McGregor, looking at theory X and theory Y, McGregor, Douglas recommended theory Y for progressive managers. So for motivation purposes, McGregor Douglas provided that managers who are progressive should be able to create a conducive environment, and once they create a conducive environment, the assumptions on which they should base decisions on regarding their workers could be the theory Y assumptions, and encourage employees to be able to perform. So those are the issues that surround the theory X and the theory Y assumptions in relation to a work environment. So we can go through this learner slowly again. We have looked at Douglas McGregor theory X and theory Y, and we have indicated that in the 1960s, Douglas McGregor is known for proposing two assumptions about human nature, and these two opposing assumptions were theory X and theory Y, and according to Douglas McGregor, these were the set of assumptions that managers perceived their subordinates or their work environments, and the kind of the managerial decisions they took were influenced by these assumptions. Then we have looked at theory X assumptions and indicated that the theory X assumptions were the negative assumptions that managers could make regarding their employees, and that would then influence the kind of management styles they adopted. And we have seen that the theory X assumptions may include: 1, average worker is inherently lazy; then 2, an average worker dislikes work; 3, an average worker cannot take responsibility for their actions within the work environment; and then 4, an average worker needs to be coerced in order to be able to work, and coercion here we have said is forced. And then number 5, an average worker will avoid work at all options or at any opportunity. So this then will make managers who are managing employees with this kind of a perspective to adopt a dictatorial or autocratic management style. So when workers are handled with that kind of a style, sometimes it may create challenges. So that is as far as the theory X assumptions are concerned. And when it comes to theory Y assumptions, this is the positive side. And the average worker, according to the managers who perceive workers this way: 1, workers can take initiative for their work; 2, workers are responsible so long as the right conditions are created for them; then 3, workers will take initiative and seek extra responsibilities; 4, average workers are highly ambitious; and 5, creativity can be inherent within workers or it can be cultivated. So those are the theory Y assumptions, a set of which some managers may perceive their subordinates and now be able to sometimes adopt what is called a democratic leadership style or management style to be able to get work done. And according to McGregor Douglas, it is the responsibility of management to create the right environment for employees to operate to operate in, and Douglas McGregor highly recommended managers to increasingly adopt the theory Y approach to be able to create a democratic management style to be able to achieve both employee and organizational objectives and motivate workers to their level based in terms of performance. So Lana, before we finish, I want to leave you with an assignment. And your assignment for the lesson today is describe Douglas McGregor's theory Y, theory X, and theory Y, as it is used in management. So Lana, this is your assignment. Describe Douglas McGregor's theory X and theory Y as it is used in management. So we have come to the end of our lesson today, where we were looking at Douglas McGregor, theory X and theory Y, and we have looked at the theory X assumptions and theory Y assumptions, and also your assignment. So thank you very much. We hope to meet in the next lesson. Welcome, learner, to our human resource management subject, and we are looking today at Friedrich Herzberg's two-factor theory, and we want to look at it in terms of the two aspects two factors presented by Friedrich Herzberg. Friedrich Herzberg's two-factor theory is also referred to as motivation hygiene theory. Is also referred to as motivation hygiene theory. And in 1959, Friedrich Herzberg proposed a two-factor theory. And according to Herzberg, there are some factors that result in satisfaction, while there are some other job factors that may prevent dissatisfaction. So according to Herzberg, the factors which enhance satisfaction should be maintained, and the factors which prevent dissatisfaction should be addressed to ensure that employees are motivated within a working environment. So Herzberg classified these job factors into two categories, and these two categories are hygiene factors. So you have the hygiene factors. You have the hygiene factors and motivational factors. Hygiene factors and motivational factors. And according to Herzberg, within a given environment, there could be some aspects built in the job itself. And these aspects that are built within the job itself, according to Herzberg, these are the satisfiers. And that is what Herzberg proposed, that managers have to be able to find out, organizations have to be able to find out what are these inbuilt factors within the job in relation to motivational factors that may enhance employee motivation, and they can be cultivated, and they can be put in place, and workers can be encouraged to be able to perform. So we want to look at the two factors. So we will start with the hygiene factors. Hygiene factors. These hygiene factors that were brought out by Herzberg, the hygiene factors are those that may, in the working environment, if they are not addressed, bring dissatisfaction within that particular setting. And Hasberg proposed that an organization has to address those hygiene factors. And what are some of the hygiene factors according to Hasberg? So according to Hasberg, the hygiene factors in an organization may be things like pay. And when it comes to pay, number one, pay. So this could be pay structures, and pay levels. Pay structures and pay levels. So what Hasberg was suggesting, if an organization wants its employees to perform, then they have to look at the hygiene factors in relation to pay. And in this case, you are looking at pay structures, you are looking at pay levels, you are looking at commensurate pay that should be given to employees depending on their performance. Then the next thing could be company policies, organizational policies, organizational policies and procedures. So an organization has to look at the organizational policies and procedures in terms of the guidelines that are available within the work environment that govern the relationship between workers, supervisors, managers, and how work is done in that particular work environment. So when that is now addressed, then there are also aspects of fringe benefits, benefits. So these ones are the extra perks that are provided to workers. For example, an employee in a given organization could be told, if they are in an environment where parking is a challenge, that worker could be having a specific area where they park. So when they come to the work environment, they are able to find ready parking. They don't have to move up and down looking for parking. They could, for example, have good physical working conditions. So physical working conditions, physical working should be looked at. So when it comes to the working environment, physical working environment. So this physical working environment may encompass things like maybe the machines, the tools, the equipment that employees are using. So here, machines, tools should be in good condition. Should be in good condition. So if an employee is working and the machine they are using, the employee is using, and the equipment the employee is using is in good order, then that employee will enjoy even doing that particular work. So when you give employees equipment that are current, modern technology, even that worker will want to come and see how they can also be able to use those equipment. Then number 5, you have status. Employees should be recognized. And appreciated. Recognized and appreciated. So if you have designations or titles, then an employee will feel recognized, will feel appreciated, and this can also help in enhancing that employee's, for example, position. Then you also have interpersonal relations. Interpersonal relations. Interpersonal relations. Interpersonal relations. So this should be cordial. Cordial relations should be cultivated within a given environment. Interpersonal relations. An organization should ensure that the way workers relate to each other, the way they also relate with managers and so on, the way subordinates and superiors relate, that should be cordial relations. Then you have the aspect of job security. Job security. So this could, for example, be given in terms of contracts, stable appointments, among others. So an organization should be able to provide job security, ensure there is work for employees, and that way employees can put in more effort. So this could be some of the hygiene factors which must be addressed within a given working environment to ensure that workers are able to be motivated to be able to work in terms of their areas of operation. Then you have now the second part. That one was hygiene factors. Then you have what we are calling motivational factors. Motivational factors. Motivational factors, or sometimes they were referred to as satisfiers. Motivational factors or satisfiers. So we have looked at the one side. These aspects are not inherent in the job. These are things which are around the job. So Hasberg recommended that in terms of the motivational factors, an organization has to look at the job itself now. The organization has to look at the job itself in terms of how that particular organization is able to work. So in terms of motivational factors, there is the first one, which is recognition. Recognition. So the employees have to be recognized in the organization. The organization, like now, if you have a general manager, you have a maybe plant manager, they have to be recognized within that particular organization, and they have also to be recognized in terms of their accomplishments. Which must also be, which have to be appreciated. For example, an employee has invented some way of doing work that has to be recognized in a function, and if possible, that worker could also be given some reward in relation to that particular recognition, and that one will motivate that worker and other workers to be able to work effectively. And then number two, there is the aspect of sense of achievement. What happens, Lana, human nature is that if somebody does something and there is an element of achievement, right? For example, if an employee is given a target, okay? An employee is given a target, for example, you have got 1,000 acres of land that is arid, for instance, and you put there a team and they are supposed to be able to translate these 1,000 acres into farmland and be able to make harvests from there. So these kind of workers in that kind of a team, they will have a sense of achievement if they achieve this target of translating arid land that is 1,000 acres into arable land that can be able to sustain life and be able to feed people and so on. Then there is the element of growth and promotion. Growth and promotion. So an organization has to provide opportunities for advancement. If workers have achieved, if workers have performed, then these workers should be promoted, for example. So these ones could be, for example, promotion to higher grades, higher grades. So that will make those employees who have been promoted to move to higher grades. It will make these employees to be able to work hard, and other employees will also want to work smart so that they can also grow in terms of their career expectation, as the case might be. And then it is important that employees within organizations are also made responsible. Responsibilities. So we are looking at motivational factors. So if you have a team, for example, if you have a team and you make them responsible for production, for example, responsible for production, so they will set targets, they will bring together their schedules, they will decide when they are supposed to maybe stop the machine and do overhaul. And when they have those responsibilities as a team, if they achieve or if they are challenged to be able to achieve challenging targets and so on, then that particular kind of a group can be able to operate, can be able to be motivated in terms of a team, in terms of the members and so on. Then there is the element of meaningful work. Meaningful work. So that work should be worthwhile. Whatever employees are doing should be worthwhile, something they can be proud of. For employees to be proud. Employees should be proud of what they are doing. If they are doing things that are making lives better, if they are doing things that are changing the environment, that are changing the society, they are, for example, producing products that are being used to save lives. They are making products which are used to feed people who are hungry, dress or clothe people, provide intervention measures and so on, assist humanity. So this meaningful work will make it worthwhile, and it is a motivational factor for employees, and it is one of the satisfiers that management has to make sure within a given work environment, employees are motivated. So having looked at now hygiene factors, we have also looked at motivational factors. What are some of the implications of two-factor theory? Implications of two-factor theory. Implications of two-factor theory. So we want learner to look at what are some of the implications of the two-factor theory. So one, managers and supervisors must create a conducive work environment for effective motivation. Two, employees should be involved in decision making. Number three, why this Friedrich Hasberg's two-factor theory is critical. Jobs must be designed. To enhance employee motivation. So what you are saying, Lana, in this point is that if you look at the hygiene factors, these are factors which are outside the job. But if you look at the motivational factors, these ones are factors which are inherent within the job. Then progressive recognition should be made to employees should be made to employees to encourage motivation. Encourage motivation. So you have a situation where employees have performed well, and it had been agreed that if you achieve, it is important that you are recognized. So the recognition should be made. And number 5, organization should combine intrinsic and extrinsic rewards. Extrinsic rewards. Organizations should combine intrinsic and extrinsic rewards in their motivation. So what happens, it is not only the extrinsic factors, intrinsic and extrinsic factors are important. So organizations must seek to strike a balance in terms of how they may want to motivate their workers. And then it's also important, number 6, job enrichment. Job enrichment should be used to provide employees with vertical job loading factors. Vertical job loading factors to motivate workers. Through challenging tasks. So Lana, these are just some. Job enrichment should be used to provide employees with the vertical job loading factors. So here is where higher level jobs tasks are brought down to encourage employees to be able to perform in a given organization, to achieve that sense of achievement for the meaningful of the work, so that the work is also exciting. So Lana, summary of Frederick Herzberg's two-factor theory. We have looked at Frederick Herzberg's two-factor theory, and we have indicated that Frederick Herzberg's two-factor theory may also be referred to as motivation hygiene theory. It was proposed in 1959 by Frederick Herzberg, and according to Herzberg, there are some job factors that result in satisfaction, while there are other job factors that prevent dissatisfaction, and Herzberg classified them as hygiene factors and motivation factors. We have had a look at some of the hygiene factors, and we have indicated that some of those hygiene factors are pay, where you are looking at pay structures and pay levels. We also have hygiene factors like organizational policies and procedures and guidelines. We also have fringe benefits or extra perks, number 3. Number 4, physical working conditions like machines, tools should be in good conditions to facilitate smooth working. Number 5, status, where we have said that employees should be recognized and appreciated. Number 6, interpersonal relations should be cordial. Number 7, job security should be provided to workers where they are appointed in contracts that are stable. So Lana, those are some of the hygiene factors. Then when it comes to motivation factors, which we have indicated like satisfiers, number 1, there should be recognition, where employees should be recognized for their accomplishments and appreciated. Number 2, sense of achievement, where workers are given targets that if they achieve, they also feel they have conquered and achieved something. Number 3, growth and promotion opportunities should be provided to workers. Then number 4, responsibilities, where team production could, for example, be encouraged. Number 5, meaningful work should be made available, where workers feel that it is worthwhile to be able to perform those tasks. Then we have also looked at the implications of the two-factor theory, and we have indicated that it has several implications, including, number one, managers and supervisors must create a conducive work environment. Number two, employees should be involved in decision making. Number three, jobs must be designed. Jobs must be designed to enhance employee motivation. Number four, progressive recognition should be made to employees to encourage motivation. Number five, organizations should consider combining intrinsic and extrinsic rewards in their motivation processes. And number six, job enrichment should be used or provided to employees with vertical job loading factors to ensure that workers are able to perform higher level activities, to challenge them and to give them an opportunity to make a contribution and feel that their knowledge and skills have been applied. So before we finish, you have an assignment, learner. Assignment. And your assignment today is assess the application of Hasberg's Frederick Hasberg's two-factor theory in human resource management. Human resource management. So learner, that is your assignment. Assess the application of Frederick Hasberg's two-factor theory in human resource management. So I want to take this opportunity to thank you very much for being attentive in our lesson today. Thank you. Welcome, learner, to our subject of today, research, consultancy, and advisory. We are looking at underlying theories, models of research, consultancy, and advisory. And our focus today in the lesson will be on social systems theory, which falls under selected research and consultancy theories. The social systems theory has been used extensively in social sciences, and the social systems theory is also called or referred to as systems theory. This social systems theory has its conceptual origins in social systems theory and can be traced to the 19th century, to the work of a philosopher, Herbert Spencer, and Emile Durkheim. They extensively looked at social systems, and the social systems theory is the study of society as a complex arrangement of elements, including individuals and their beliefs, as they relate to the whole. That is very critical as it relates to the whole. And in terms of the whole, this refers to a country, an organization, an entity, or a corporation. And specifically when it comes to social systems, when it comes to a company, then the company as a whole is an entity or an organization. And inside that particular organization, according to the social systems theory, there are subsystems within that particular organization. And those systems, the way they relate to each other, they contribute to defining what the whole system is. And when it comes to a country, then within a country, there are systems within a country. Within a country, there are organizations, and those organizations, under the beliefs of those people within that particular country, individuals, they define what that particular country is. In the social systems theory, we are going to look at the basic assumptions of social systems theory. Basic assumptions of the social systems theory, and there are 4 assumptions that underlie or underpin this theory. And the first basic assumption is that there is an underlying general order in the world. So 1, there is an underlying general order in the world. So this system assumes or makes an assumption that generally there is the aspect of order when it comes to things, the way things are done in the world. And that's the first basic assumption of the social systems theory. The second assumption of the second basic assumption of the social systems theory is that social ordering is a consistent and dynamic process. Social ordering is a consistent and dynamic process. What this implies is that when it comes to any society, whichever way the society is structured, or whichever way an organization is structured, there will be dynamics in terms of how order is maintained and sustained in terms of that particular working organization or that particular entity. Then the third aspect is that, the third assumption is that all human social behavior is purposive. All human social behavior is purposive. What this underlying assumption indicates is that any kind of behavior that is exhibited by an individual in a company, in a country, or in any system, whether it is a church, mention any group, that particular social behavior that is exhibited, it's purposive, or it has a purpose. So that is the third basic underlying principle underpinning the social systems theory. Then the fourth one is that all forms of social organizations display self-responsibility. All forms of behavior reflect a form of responsibility or responsiveness. So all forms of behavior reflect a form of responsibility or a response. They display a response in terms of the characteristics. So these are the 4 assumptions which underlie the social systems theory. So the proponents of this theory argue that there is an underlying general order in the world. Then 2, social ordering is a consistent and dynamic process. They also argue or assume or underpin that all human social behavior has a purpose, and they argue that all forms of behavior reflect a form of responsibility or a form of response. Then when it comes to the social systems theory, there are certain components of the social system theory. Components of social systems theory. There are components or the characteristics of social system theory which define what the social system is. And these components are, you have an input within the system, you have a process in the system, you have output in the system, and there is a feedback loop from output to input, and then there is the environment within which that particular system operates. So the components of a social system can be seen in a display figure. It can be displayed such that you have a figure or a diagram that indicates the components of a social system. And within this particular social system, we have indicated that this social system will have input, or you can call them inputs. And these inputs as they come, you will have the inputs directed towards the process that they have to be processed within an organizational setting. So you have the processes, you can call them processes, and from processes, then you have outputs. So any system will have inputs, will have processes, and then there will be a loop. There will be a loop from outputs to inputs, which provides feedback. So from outputs, then you have feedback. So this is feedback. And when it comes to the feedback, then within that particular system, then you have the environment. And within that particular environment, there will be stakeholders. Within the environment, there will be stakeholders. And these particular stakeholders could, for example, be consumers. You have suppliers. You have, for example, government, among other members. So you have inputs, you have processes, you have outputs, you have feedback, and then you have environment within which the social system operates. And this is typical for any organization. If you are taking a company, for example, an organization that receives raw materials, these raw materials will be processed through processes. For example, if it is tea, for instance, it will be, for example, brought in as raw materials. It will undergo a process from the green leaf, maybe raw leaf and so on, to semi-processed outputs, which can now be dried. For example, tea leaves may be packaged. Then these ones are now, feedback is given to the output. And then when you have consumers, so from the outputs, the consumers will be there. Suppliers will also be interacting with this particular system and providing the inputs, like now you need energy, you need regulation by government, you need the price controls and so on. So these would form now the components of a social system that is continuously interacting with its environment to be able to provide goods, to be able to provide services within that particular working context. So the components or characteristics, characteristics of a system, of a social system, will include the things that will define a social system. Will include, we have indicated, one, you have the inputs. Two, you have processes. Three, you have outputs. Four, you have feedback. And then five, you have controls. Now, these controls can be brought in by, say, government. You could be an organization and you are operating maybe in the service sector, maybe tourism sector or manufacturing sector. So for you to be able to operate, there will be controls that are put in place by government, there will be codes of ethics that are put in place by suppliers. You will also have consumers. Consumers will also have the bodies that are representing them in relation to the benefits or maybe the rights of consumers. So the system is in constant interaction with its environment. So when the feedback is provided that what has been produced is being accepted by consumers, then that particular system will basically continue working effectively. If the feedback is negative, then wherever the inputs are coming from, there'll be controls implemented to ensure that if consumers are complaining, if suppliers, for example, are not being paid, then it is important that that arrangement is made to ensure corrective measures are taken into consideration. Otherwise, if there are products being produced by a given company or by a given organization, if they don't meet the expectations of the environment, then those kind of products may not be readily acceptable in the market. So those are the components or the characteristics of a social system as envisaged in the social systems theory. And we have indicated you have inputs, you have processes, you have outputs, you have feedback, and then you have controls. So one may ask, so what are the applications of the social systems theory? Applications of the social systems theory. How can the social systems theory be applied, or of what use is the social system? Now, the way the social system has been put forward by its proponents, a social system looks at a system as being more important than the subsystems. So one, the whole is more important than the subsystem. So when it comes to operations within a given work environment or organization, it is important to note that there will be different sections within a particular system or components. But when it comes to the issue of preferences in terms of choices, what should be done, then the outputs or the processes or the components have to ensure, or the players within the system have to ensure that the players as subsystems are not more important than the whole system. So the whole system and its requirements take precedent when it comes to structuring of events and activities. It is also important to note that those making decisions should be aware that the environment within which a system operates is important. So the environment influences how organizations operate. Environments influence how organizations operate. Let us take an example. You have an organization that is in the manufacturing sector. Now, government and government agencies, for example, you have NEMA. If an organization is manufacturing, it is expected to comply to the regulations that have been set by government and its agencies like NEMA. So if that organization does not comply, then that organization may suffer consequences. So the social systems theory try to explain that as organizations operate, those organizations must be sensitive to the environment. The same thing with Kenya Bureau of Standards. So if an organization is operating, then it has to meet the quality mark. If that organization does not meet the quality mark, then that particular organization may suffer in the market, and customers may not be very confident in, or consumers may not be very confident in patronizing the products of that particular organization. So that's another area where the social systems theory underpins or informs decisions within the area of organization operations. Then it's also important to note that another area of application of the social systems theory is that organizational structures should be designed to be adaptive to changes. organizational structures. Should be designed to be adaptive to changes. What is noted widely is that change is the only thing that is permanent. So as organizational structures are designed, it is important to be informed by the social systems theory that change will come. So organizational structures should be designed in terms of how they relate to different functions, with that particular understanding that when change comes, this particular structure is flexible enough, can be adaptive to the changes that are anticipated within a given working context. Then it's also important to note that another area or use of the social systems theory is that subsystems have to be aligned to support the main systems. Subsystems should be aligned. Subsystems should be aligned to support the main system. So if you have a country, we have given an example that an organization or a country could be now the main system or the main organization. So the way subsystems are designed, they should be aligned to support the main system so that the main system can be able to function and function effectively. Then it is important to ensure that the principles and concepts should be designed to be broadly applicable. Principles and concepts should be designed to be broadly applicable. So when it comes to organizational settings, if concepts or systems are designed within an organization, those systems should not be designed for just specific functions. Those systems and underlying principles within systems should be designed in such a way that because systems relate to each other, principles and concepts should be designed to ensure that they can be broadly applicable within the context of operational organizations and so on. Then it is also important to ensure that when it comes to the social systems theory, every system is bounded by space and time. Every system is bounded by space and time. Every system is bounded by space and time. So at any one given event, if the system is supposed to receive, for example, input, then that particular system that is receiving input, that input is expected to come at a particular setting. And that bounding in terms of time may affect the operations of another system. So the issue of space and time should ensure that the way the systems are working, they are properly synchronized, so that if you have the receiving point, you have the processing point, you have the output point, you have the feedback time, then those systems must be interconnected and interrelated to work effectively as the case might be. Then it is also important that to note that the social system is consistent with the systems thinking approach. The social systems thinking, social systems theory is consistent with systems thinking. Social systems theory is consistent with the systems thinking. So basically what this implies is that in any given organization, it is important that though you have subsystems, you have sections in a department, you have processes like input, processing, outputs, and others. It is important to ensure that for effectiveness of performance of organizations, there must be one approach for the whole organization. So the whole organization must look at issues holistically. Whatever decision that is being taken, the decision has to be taken in the context of the entire organization. So these are some of the areas where application of social systems theory can be able to be applied in management and other operational areas. So in our lesson today, Lana, we have looked at social systems theory as one of the selected theories in the area of research and consultancy. And we have seen that social systems theory is also called systems theory, and it was conceptualized in the 19th century, and it is attributed to philosopher Herbert Spencer and Emil Durkheim, who was a sociologist. And we have seen that the systems theory is the study of society, and it looks at society as a complex arrangement of elements that include individuals and their beliefs, what they believe in, as they relate to the whole. And we have seen that when it comes to the whole, it could be a corporation, it could be a country, it could be a county government, for example, it could be an entity like a church or maybe any other social organization. And we have gone ahead to see some of the basic assumptions of social systems theory, where we have looked at the 4 assumptions. And the assumption 1 is that there is an underlying general order in the world. That is an assumption of the social systems theory. Number 2, social ordering is a consistent and dynamic process. To put things in order, it has to be done consistently, and the process is dynamic. Number 3, the third basic assumption is that all social behavior is purposive. Any behavior that is in an organization, in a work environment, in a group, it has a purpose. Then 4, all forms of behavior reflect a form of responsibility or responsiveness. Then we have gone ahead and looked at the components of social systems theory, where we have looked at inputs, processes, outputs, and we have looked at the feedback loop. And we have also discussed that the social systems theory operates within an environment, and this environment may include stakeholders like consumers, suppliers, government and government agencies. And the components and the characteristics of a social system, we have mentioned them as inputs, processes, outputs, feedback, and controls within the system. And then we have also gone ahead, Lana, and looked at the applications of the social systems theory, where we have looked at 7 of the applications where the social system theory can be applied. And we have indicated that number 1, that the social system looks at the whole, indicates that the whole is more important than the subsystem. There will be subsystems within an organization, but when it comes to the degree of importance, then the whole should be looked at as more important and than the subsystem. Then number 2, environments influence how organizations operate, and we gave an illustration and indicated an organization in the operating in the production setting should be aware that the environment, for example, government and government agencies or suppliers or consumers, may have an impact on what the organization does. Hence, it is important that organizations become sensitive to their environments. Then thirdly, organizational structures should be designed to be adaptive to change. So this social systems theory can inform those designing organizational structures, so that the organizational structures are designed with an element of flexibility, so that they are flexible and they can be able to operate and adapt to changes. Then 4, subsystems should be aligned to support the main systems. So the subsystem exists for the purpose of supporting the main. So if it is in a government setting, for example, government agencies And the government operational areas must be able to support what the entire government is doing. When it comes to a company, the departments and the sections within a company should ensure they are moving towards the realization of the organizational vision. That is how the social systems theory can inform decisions at that level. Then principles, number 5, principles and concepts should be designed so that they are broadly applicable. There should be no principles or concepts that are designed in an organization. If you are designing, say, a system within an organization, then that system should be strong enough and versatile enough to be able to be applied within the organization to achieve the greater goals of that particular organization. Then number 6, every system is bounded by space and time. Whatever system that an organization has, whether it is an open system or a closed system, then that system is bounded by space and time. For example, you may have inputs by a particular time, processes must take place by a particular time, outputs must take place. So if you are receiving raw materials, the system of receiving raw materials should be conditioned to the operational cycle of maybe the operational machines, so that if the machines are, for example, uptaking, then that uptaking of raw materials should be done at a particular time. Processes must be, for example, started. Then you have the outputs in relation to the issue of space and time, so that the systems are well synchronized. Number 7, where the social systems theory can also be applied. Social systems theory is consistent with the systems thinking, where the whole organization is supposed to think as one. So decision making processes must be synchronized so that the organization is able to operate from one point of command. So that is your social systems theory in relation to selected research and consultancy theories in our lesson that we have completed. And before we finalize the lesson, there is an assignment that you need to work on to be able to consolidate your knowledge in the area of theories as they are applied in relation to the social systems theory. And the assignment is examine the application of the social systems theory of the social systems theory social systems theory in management. So learner, your assignment for today's lesson: examine the application of the social systems theory in management. Thank you very much for being attentive in our lesson today.
Hi there, my name is Patrick Kamau Kamure. You are a lecturer in Public Finance and Taxation. Welcome to today's lesson. Today, we continue from where we stopped last time. Remember, the topic we are looking at the moment is called the taxation of the business income. And we said that there are 3 businesses that we need to look at how they are usually taxed: the sole proprietorship, partnership, and the limited company. So far, we have looked at the sole proprietorship. Last lesson, we started looking at the partnership, whereby after looking at how partnership is usually taxed, we went ahead and we used the net profit method to get the taxable income of the partnership. So today we continue with the same lesson, but we look at another question where we used a different approach to answer the same question, a different question using now the gross profit method. Welcome to today's lesson. So we are going to start by reading the question. After reading the question, then I'm going to help you solve the question. So here is the question. This is what the question says. Karimu and Shika commenced trading in partnership as Kashi on January 2019. They share profits and losses in the ratio of 2:1 for Karimu Shika respectively. The partners were to receive monthly salaries of 18,000 and 22,000 for Karimu Shika respectively. The partnership did not maintain complete set of accounting records. The following summary of the bank statement for that year has been presented to you. So we have the receipts consisting of capital introduced, Karimu and Shika, cash sales, receipts from debtors, sale of a van. We go to the payment side. Equipment of office, rent for go down, salaries and wages, purchase of for resale, repair and maintenance, insurance, interest expense, motor vehicle expenses, sundry expenses, motor van purchased, tax penalty, electricity, medical expenses, balance carried forward. Additional information number 1. The following payments were made in cash from the cash sales before banking. We have the motor vehicle expenses per annum, wages per annum, sundry expenses per annum, weekly drawings for Karimu and Shika. During the year, discount received from the supplier amounted to 132,500, while the discount allowed to customers amounted to 118,000. As at that 1st December 2019, electricity and insurance prepaid were 25,000 and 12,800 respectively. Depreciation was to be provided on equipment at 10% on a straight line basis. As at that 1st December 2019, the amount owed to supplier was 780, while the amount owed by the customer amounted to 1420. An amount of it 2,000 owed by Jamila Mamba, a customer, proved irrecoverable and is to be written off as bad debt. This amount was excluded from the total amount owed by a customer as at 31st December 2019. Salaries and wages include the salaries to the partners. The go down had been occupied since 1st November 2019 at an annual rent of 450,000. Included in the interest expense is the interest on partners' capital contribution at the rate of 5% per annum. The wear and tear allowance, and it's good to note that wear and tear allowance is the same as the capital allowance. So wear and tear capital allowance was agreed with the Revenue Authority to be 112,000 for the year ended at 1st December 2019. So number 11, closing inventory was valued at 620,000 on 31st December 2019. Assume that year of income had 52 weeks. Required, 1, adjusted partnership profit or loss for the year 2019, and number 2, distribution schedule of the profit or loss calculated in C1 above. So the first question is to get the taxable income, and we say that whenever you are told to get the taxable income of any business, you either use the gross profit approach or the net profit approach. Net profit approach, we said, is when you have been given net accounting profit or loss or income somewhere. If you haven't been given, you use the gross profit method. So this question, we are not given the net profit or loss or income. So automatically we use the gross profit method. Now gross profit method, we said, we usually start with the sales. We less the cost of sales. Cost of sales, we take the opening stock plus purchases, less closing stock minus any item that reduce the stock. And then we get the cost of sales. We less from the sales, we get gross profit. And the reason why we call it gross profit, we said. And then you add other taxable operating income, and then you less the allowable expenses. So, but we said before you start, always confirm. Do you have the sales? Do you have the total purchases? If you don't have, or you haven't been given, then in that case you have to determine them first. So in this question, we take note that we're starting with the sales. We are given only one, the cash sales. But the cash sales does not represent the total sales. We have to look for the credit sales. We add to the cash, we get the total. So now we are not given the sales, so we have to look for it. The other one is the purchases. Have we been given the purchases? Yes. In the payment, in the statement of bank statement, there is a purchase for resale, but that is a cash purchase. Now, how about the credit? So in this case, we have to determine the credit purchase so that we can add to that cash, we get the total purchases. So this is what we said you normally do. To get the total sales, you do it this way. You say total sales is equals to credit sales plus cash sales. We said for the cash sales you'll be given, it is there, like we have seen it's already there. The issue is about the credit sales, where you have to determine it. Now, the best way to approach the question, we said, leave a space like 2 lines, where now you'll be able to open the debtors or receivable account to determine the credit sales. So we'll come here and have the debtors stock receivable. You start with balance brought down here. That's what we said for the debtors. And then jump 4 or 5 lines here where you'll be posting those items that affect the debtors. And then balance at the end here for the debtors. And then totals will be here. Same case on the purchases, we say total purchases is as a result of credit purchase plus cash purchases. For the credit purchase, we jump a space of 2 or 1 line, and then we have the creditors or payables account, where we will be able to get the credit purchase. Then for the creditors, you start with balance pro down here for the creditors, and then jump 4 or 5 lines, then have the balance carry down for the same creditors. And then you'll be able to post everything and the totals there. Once you have done that, now go through the whole question. If you come across some cash sales here, something affecting the debtors here, cash purchase here, anything affecting the creditors here. So we start. From the first paragraph, the only figures that we have are 18,022, which were monthly salaries to the partners. So those do not affect, so we ignore. We go to the receipt. Capital, introduced, that's not. Cash sales, yes, here. So we post it here, 12,700,000. And then receipts from debtors. Receipts from debtors, we said it reduces the debtors. Here, receipts, which we have 5,200,000. Then sale of motor van, that doesn't affect. We go to the payment side. Equipment for the office, that does not affect. Rent for the go down doesn't. Salaries and wages, no. Purchase for resale, yes. Here, that's a cash purchase, of which case we have 9,900,000. The other one is the repair and maintenance doesn't affect. Insurance, interest, motor vehicle, sundry expense. Motor vehicle purchase, that's a fixed asset, not goods. Remember, what we are looking for are for the goods. Tax penalties, electricity, medical expense, balance carried forward, those do not. Then we go to the additional information number 1. The following payments were made in cash from cash sales before banking, meaning what went to the bank, as we can see the bank statement was this. But before that figure was posted, not really this one, but the one in the bank statement, we had 12,700, this one. But before they banked the 12,700, they had paid some expenses, meaning our cash sales was more than what was banked. So to get the how much it was, we need to add the one that was sold on the one that was sold on cash and then used to pay the expenses. Which one? Motor vehicle expense. So the key thing there was from cash sales, were paid from the cash sales. Motor vehicle expense per annum, that we had 138,000. The other one is wages, 162, plus sundry expenses per annum, 35. Then weekly drawings by Karimu and Shika. So weekly drawings for the whole year, it has to be for the 52 weeks. So 52 weeks times, now weekly for the total, which is 7,200 plus 6,400. And that ends there. From there we go to number 2. During the year, discount received from the supplier amounted to 132,500. Discount received reduces the creditors, so we'll have it here. Discount received which we had 132,500. The other one, where discount allowed to customers amounted to 118,000. Discount allowed, which reduces the debtors. Discount allowed, which we have 118,000. I want to bring this one a little bit up here, but I haven't changed anything. It's just this. And so we had said the balance carried down for the creditors. We leave it there. So we continue. After that, we go to the point number 3. As at 31st December 2019, electricity and insurance prepaid were 25,000 and 12,800 respectively. That doesn't affect. Depreciation was to be provided on equipment at 10% straight line. No. As at 31st December 2019, the amount owed to supplier was 780. Now, this at the end of the year, what the supplier are owing is 780,000. And then, while the amount owed by customer 1420. What is owed by the customer is 1420 at the end there. We continue. An amount of 82,000 owed by Jamila Mamba, a customer, proved irrecoverable and is to be written off as bad. This amount was excluded in the total amount owed by the customer as at 31st December 2019. So that's a bad debt written off. Bad debt written off reduces the debtors written off, which we have 82,000. 82,000. The other one is number 7. Salaries and wages include salaries to the partners. That doesn't affect. Number 8, go down had been occupied since 1st November 2019 at an annual rent of that. Doesn't affect. Included in the interest expense is the interest on partners' capital contribution at the rate of 5% per annum. Doesn't affect. The wear and tear allowance was agreed with the Revenue Authority to be 112,000 for the year 2019. Doesn't affect. Closing inventory was valued at 620 on that 1st December 2019. Doesn't affect. So we are done. So from there we do the computation. So we are going to add the totals on this side and compare to the total on this side. Actually, we have seen the balance brew down is 0 and also balance brew down here because we started or they started the business at the beginning of the current year. So there was no balances from last year. So it's all about the total on this side would be now the credit sales here. Credit sales. So we add them 5,200,000 plus 118,000 plus 82,000 plus 1420, which gives us 6820,000. And this one 6820 should be the totals. 6820 because we now have written the balancing figure. So then this one we transfer it here 6820,000, which we should be able to add now the cash. So we'll start by taking 7,200 plus 6,400 times 52. So it will be 7,200 plus 6,400 times 52 weeks because that was per week. That becomes 707,200 plus 35,000 plus 162,000 plus 138,000 plus 12,700,000. Then now we add this one plus 6820,000. 6820,000 giving us 20,562,200. That is the total. We come here, we add this plus this. This is 0, so that will be the credit purchases. So this plus this 132,500 plus 780,000. So that will be 912,500, which will be here 912,500. 912,500. We transfer that one here 912,500, and then now we add the cash purchase So plus 9,900, which give us 10, 8, 12, 500. There. With that one now we can prepare the statement of determining the taxable income. So we'll come here, the name of the partnership is Kashi Enterprise Partnership. We get the taxable income for the year ended 31st of December 2019. So we start with the sales, which we had determined 20, 562,500. Then we less cost of sales. Cost of sales, which we take the opening stock. But here you'll note that we were not given the opening stock because we started the business at the start of this year. So there were no opening stock from last year. So 0 plus the purchases. Purchases is what we have determined here. 10, 8, 12, 500. Then we minus the closing stock. Closing stock is the one given in point number 11, 620,000. So minus 620,000. And then we also minus any item that could have reduced the stock during the year. Damaged, withdrawn stock, stolen, of which case the whole of this equation, we didn't have any stock that was stolen, damaged, or withdrawn by the partners. There was none. Let me confirm properly. There wasn't any. The drawings that we are given in additional information, number 1 was cash drawings, not goods. So in this case, we cross to get the cost of sales. Cost of sales, which will be the 10, 8, 12, 500, you minus 620,000. And that gives us 10, 192, 500. And then we can be able to get the gross profit. Gross profit will be, we minus that from 20, 562, 500. And that gives us 10, 370,000. Then we said this, after getting gross profit, and the reason why we call it gross profit method is to add other taxable operating income. Other taxable operating incomes. Other taxable operating incomes. Of which case we said you jump a space of like 3 lines and then you less. I want to bring this one here, 1,000. So you less allowable expense after jumping around 3 lines. Allowable expenses. So what we do now, we go through the whole question. If we come across a taxable operating income, an allowable expense, we post here. We start from the top. The first paragraph was about the salaries to the partner. We said anything to the partner we don't allow. It's an expense yet, but not allowable, so we cannot post. We go to the summary of the bank statement. On the receipt side, capital is not an income or an expense. Cash sales, we used it to get the sales. Receipts from debtors, we use it to get the sales. Sales from the van, we said income from selling fixed assets we don't tax, so we cannot post here. We go to the payment. Equipment. Equipment is a fixed asset, which we should claim capital allowance at the rate of 10%. But we won't do that. Why? If you look at additional information number 10, we are told the wear and tear allowance, which we said is the same as capital allowance, was agreed with the revenue authority to be 112,000. So that's the one that we use. Anywhere we require to compute capital allowance, we use that. So we can even post it now. The capital allowance, also called WTA or wear and tear allowance for the year. It was agreed to be 112,000. From there, we go back to where we found that in the bank statement. After equipment, rent for go down. That's an allowable expense, rent expense. But we have an additional information to that rent. If something has an additional information, check it out. In additional information number 8, the go down has been occupied since 1st November 2019 at an annual rent of 450. So annual is per year. And now it was occupied from 1st November. Those are 2 months. So forget about the one that you are given. Use the one that you can get for this particular year. So in this case, we are going to take 2/12 times the 450 because it was only occupied for 2 months to the end of the year in this particular year. So this is going to be 2/12 times 450. That will be 75,000. That is the one that we allow. Any other, we forget. Then we go back. After the rent for the go down, salaries and wages. That is allowable. But we have to check whether it is mentioned somewhere else. Salaries and wages. Yes, it had been mentioned in additional information number 7. The salaries and wages include the salaries paid to the partners. Salaries. And here they have made it very clear that it is salaries and wages. Another place that we have wages now mentioned is number 1. The following payment made through the cash from the banking. So we have the wages. So what do? We'll come here and have the salaries and wages. So we open a bracket. Remember, we want to know the allowable salaries and wages for this year. 890,000. And then now we have to add the one that was paid through the cash. This was through the bank. The cash was 162. And then, number 7, it includes the one paid to the partners. So we have to remove because we said anything to the partners we don't allow. To the partners was how much? In the first paragraph is where we were told the monthly salaries to the partner was 18 and 22,000. Monthly, underline monthly. So meaning to get the whole year, we have to take minus 12 times 18,000 plus 22,000. So that we can get, and since it is not mentioned somewhere else, we do the computation. So we take first of all the 18,000 plus 22,000, and then you multiply by 12 months because it was monthly. We get for 80,000. Then we remove them from this. So we take 890 plus 162 minus 480. That gives us 572. That's the one that we should be allowing there. After that, we go back to where we found the salaries and wages. After salaries and wages in the bank statement, purchases for resale, that we used to get the purchases up there. Repair and maintenance, that is another allowable expense. Repair and maintenance. So we check if it is mentioned somewhere else. There isn't. So we just pick the figure as it is, 860,000. After that, we go back. After the repair and maintenance, there is insurance. Insurance is also a allowable expense. So we have insurance. Is it mentioned somewhere else? Yes. Additional information number 3. As at 31st December 2019, electricity and insurance prepaid. So this was prepaid, and it's at the end of the year. We said prepaid at the end of the year is for next year, not for this. Anything that is not for this year, we minus. So we are going to take the insurance of 62.5, and then we minus the prepayment which we have 12,800. That will give us how much? This will be 62, 500. We minus 12, 800. That gives us 49,700. After that, we go back to where we found the insurance. After the insurance, there is interest expense. Interest, we said, is allowable. So interest expense. But it is mentioned somewhere else. In additional information number 9, included in the interest expense is the interest on partner's capital contribution at the rate of 5%. Included in interest. Anything to the partner we don't allow. So we will take this interest, which is 612,000, and then we minus the one that was paid to the partners, which was 5% of the capital. The capital is in the bank statement, where we have for the two partners 3,500 plus we have the 2,500, that is 2,500,000. That. So we add the capitals, which are 35 plus 25 times 5%, which give us 300,000, and we minus from 612, that give us 312. 312,000. That's the one that is allowable, the one paid to the partners. Then we go back after the salary. After the interest, motor vehicle expense. Motor vehicle expense is allowable, and we say that is not the cost of motor vehicle, it's the vehicle expense incurred to run the motor vehicle, fuel, repair. So in this case, that is allowable, not a fixed asset. Motor vehicle expenses, where we are told the motor vehicle expense is 186,500. After that, we have sundry expense. Maybe there is something that I should have confirmed. In additional information number 1, there is more motor vehicle expense. The one that was paid in cash, 138. We forgot about that, so we should add it. So it will be 186,500 plus the one that was paid cash, which we have 138,000. 138,000. We check if it is mentioned somewhere else, but the motor vehicle is not mentioned anywhere else. So what does that mean? Then that means that we do the computation. 186,500 plus 138,000, which we get that 245,000. That 245,100. Then we go back after the motor vehicle expense. We have sundry expense. Sundry expense is an allowable expense, so we continue. Sundry expenses. And this one again, it is mentioned somewhere else in additional information number 1, the one that was paid through the cash. So we'll have 218,000, and then we add the one that was paid through cash, which we have 35,000, which we have 218 plus 35,000, which give us 253,000. Then we go back after the sundry expenses. Motor van purchased. That's a fixed asset which we should claim capital allowance. But remember, we were already given the capital allowance, so we ignore. Tax penalties. We said any expense relating to tax we don't allow. Electricity expense, that is allowable. So electricity expense. But we check for the additional information. If you go to the additional information number 3, we had electricity prepaid, and we said prepaid is for next year. So that one we need to remove. We need to minus, because of what was paid this year of the electricity, 45,800. Part of it is for next year, and so we should minus from here, where we have the 25,000. That gives us 2,800. Then we go back to where we found that. After the electricity, there is medical expense. Medical expense are allowable unless we are told it was relating to the partner, which we haven't been told. So medical expense. Medical expenses 630,000. Then now we go to the additional information for any taxable, operating, or allowable expense. Additional information number 1, the following payments were made in cash from cashes. Motor vehicle expense we have considered, wages we have, sundry expense we did, weekly drawings, those are not allowable expenses. Additional information number 2, those are the figures for the balances of debtors and creditors at the end of the year. So they are not incomes or expenses. Number 3, we have already adjusted for them. Number 4, depreciation. Remember we said depreciation is not allowable. We claim capital allowance instead, which we have been given. Then number 5, as at 31st December 2019, the amount owed to supplier was 780, while the amount owed by customer was 1420,000. That we had said actually, there's additional information we jumped. Number 2, during the year, discount received from the supplier amounted to 132,500, while the discount allowed to customers amounted to 118. Discount received, that we know is a taxable operating income, so it should come here. Discount received, that is a taxable operating income. And we have the discount received of 132,500. And then we have the discount allowed. Discount allowed is an expense and it's allowable. Discount allowed. Discount allowed, which we have been given as 118,000. There. From there we continue. We were actually in point number 5. That's where we were saying that we had the balances at the beginning and also at the end. And then from there, number 6. An amount of 82,000 owed by Jamira Mamba, a customer proved irrecoverable, and it is to be written off as bad debt. This amount was excluded in the total amount owed by the customer as at 31st December 2019. That is a bad debt written off, which we said is allowable expense. So we'll have bad debt written off. Bad debt written off, which we have an amount of 82,000. After that, we go to number 7 now. Salaries and wages include the salaries paid to the partner. Now that we had adjusted in the salary here, if we had forgotten, now you should be able to adjust. Number 8, we had adjusted on the rent. Number 9, we had adjusted in the interest. Number 10, capital allowance we had posted. Closing inventory that we used to get the cost of sales here. There is nowhere else it's supposed to be used. Now that is the end. What remains, and this being a partnership, it should end here, is to get the net taxable operating income. So how do you get the net taxable operating income? It is the gross profit plus discount received minus these expenses. So we do the computation. So we start with the 10. There is 70,000 plus 132,500 minus 112,000 minus 75,000 minus 572,000 minus 860 minus 49,700. Remember this was 7. 49,700 minus 312 minus 324.5 minus 253 minus 2,800 minus 630 minus 118 minus 82,000. That gives us 7 million 093 500. And that answers required 1, where we are supposed to get the taxable profit of the partnership. With that one, we are supposed to go to the required number 2, where we do the income distribution. So the income distribution schedule, this is what we said or how it is supposed to look like. So income distribution schedule. We start by distributing the operating income. So we will start with taxable operating incomes, which is the one that we have determined here, 70, 93, 500. And then now we list the partners that we have, which we have Karimu, Shika, and now the totals. So we go through the question. Remember, we start by looking for the first 4 items that we said: the salary, interest on capital, commission or bonus, less interest on drawings. Those 4. So if you look at the first paragraph, we had the salary to the partner, salary, which we were told it was per month. So the first one was to get 18,000 times 12. The other one was to get 22,000 times 12. Because they were monthly amounts. So we have 18 times 12, which give us 216,000. So 216,000. The other one is 22,000 times 12, giving us 264,000. And now we have the total plus 216. 480 for 80,000. Then we go to the capital, to the cash bank statement. In the bank statement on the receipt, we had capital, which is not one of the item we are posting. You go to the payment side, there is none. You go to the additional information, number 1, drawings we said we ignore. Number 2, no. 3, no. 4, no. 5, no. 6, no. 7, we have posted. 8, no. 9, there is interest on capital. So interest on capital, which is supposed to be 5%. 5% of the capital. How much is the capital? In the bank statement, we have capital of 35. And also, the other one is 25 for each. So we start with 5% of 35, which gives us 175,000. The other one is 25 times 5%, giving us 125,000, and the total gives us 300,000. Then after that, point number 10, none, and 11, there is none. So the only remaining one is now the 5th one, profit share. How do you get the profit share? We said you take the taxable operating income we have, like in this case we have 70, 93, 500, and then you minus what has been shared already. We have shared the 480,000 and also shared the 300,000. So whatever remains you share according to the profit sharing ratio. And what was the profit sharing ratio? In the first paragraph, they were sharing 2 to 1. So the first one will get 2 out of 3, the other one 1 out of 3. So let's minus 70, 93, 500, we minus 480, and also we minus 300,000. 480,000 and 300,000. give us 6313. So 6313, 500. Then the first one will get 2 over 3. That gives us 4209. 4209,900. 1,000, sorry. And there now, the other one, we can take the 6313,500 minus what we have given this. 6313,500. That will give us 2104,500. And now we can get the total taxable operating income. Total taxable operating income. So for Karimu, it will be 216,000. We add 175,000. We add 4209, which we get 4,600,000. The other one will be 264,000. We add 125,000, and then we add 2104, 500, which gives us 2493, 500. And now the total, which would be 480,000 plus 300, and then we add 63, 13,500, which give us 1793, 500, and which is the same as the operating income we had determined. Remember, if we had an investment income that is taxable for this question, after getting the operating income, we add taxable investment income, and we share and then get total. But the whole of this question didn't have an investment income. So meaning our question then should end here. So this one will give us now the total taxable income, which should end there. That is how we tax a partnership when you have not been given the net accounting profit. So for this question ends here. And now what is remaining is the taxation of the limited company, which we are going to look at in our next lesson. For now, we stop there until we meet in the next lesson. After this video, there is some assignments, questions that you can attempt. Kindly do attempt and then see if you can be able to do the way we have done it. Thank you very much. We have answered required 1. We were supposed to get the adjusted partnership profit or loss for the year. Here it is. Required 2, distribution schedule for the profit or loss. So distribution schedule is the way we had said. So we'll come and now distribute whatever we have determined. So I'll delete just part of this. And then I'll also change the names here because they are 2. And then I'll also change this. Let me delete this. So I'll call this the partnership name, Kasuku Traders Partnership. Income distribution or allocation schedule. And then here we noted there were 3 partners, by the way. So I'll delete this so that I can introduce the 3 partners. I'll give them the initials. As you are seeing, there's Kamara. So I write KA to stand for Kamara, Susan, SU, and Kubasu, KU. And then totals. because of the space. So shillings, 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 shillings. So we had said the first thing we normally distribute is the salaries to the partner. So you just need to go to the question and determine if there was salaries to the partner. When you read through from the income statement, there was none. Additional information number 1, 2, 3. It was in point number 7. So you come and say now salaries to the partner, Kamara, 600,000. Susan, 450. Kubasu, 225,000. And now we get the total. We add the 3 to get the total. So 600,000 plus 450,000 plus 225, which give us total of 75,000. There. Then the second one is interest on capital. This one, when you go to the income statement, you have to remember the 4 that we talked about first. The salary, interest on capital, commission or bonus, there's interest on drawings, those 4. So you follow them that way. The next one is the interest on capital we had written. So we check. It is there in the income statement, interest on capital. So we would have here 47,500. The other one is 185,000. The other one is 146,000. And now we get the total. So 407,500 plus 185 plus 146, which give us 738,500. Then the other one that we had here was the commission or bonus to partner. But I'm very sure as we went through the question, there were no commission or bonus to the partner. So if it is not there, ignore, just assume it. You go to the fourth one, raise interest on drawings. In the question, we didn't have interest on drawings to the partner, none. So now we do the last one, fifth one, which we said is the profit share. Profit share. So profit share, how do you get? We said we take the operating income, this one, of 125,250 minus what you have distributed. You have distributed this and this, which is total of 75,000 and also 738,500. Then what remains, you share according to the profit sharing ratio. That's what we said. Profit share, you share according to the profit sharing ratio. If you look at the first paragraph, is where we have the profit sharing ratio. Kamara, Susan, and Kubasu are in partnership trading as Kasuku, sharing profit and losses equally. They are 3, each to get a third. So first one, a third. The other one, a third. The other one, a third. So let's see what remains. We'll start with 125,250, and then we minus 1275,000. And then we minus 738,500. Then we have negative. It will be negative. We have negative 1888. So I'll extend this a bit. 250, which is a negative. Now each is supposed to get a third, so you divide by 3. Each to get 629, 416. I want to round off to, because it's 416.6, 417. So 417, which is a negative. Same case here, because it's for each. And the other one is 629, 417. All they are, remember, are negative. So from there now, we need to get the total taxable operating income. Operating income. So total taxable operating income would mean we take this plus this minus this, because it's a negative. The same case for everyone. So we start with 600 for the first one, plus 407 500 minus 629 417, and then we get positive 3, so this would be 378 083 positive. And then now we go to the second one for Susan for 50,000, and then we add 185,000 minus 629 417 5583. Then for Kubasu 225,000 plus 146,000 minus 629 417. This is a loss of 258, so negative 258 417. Then now we get the total, which would be 1275,000, and then we add 738 500, and then we minus 1888 250, which we get 125 250, 125 250. And that answer, you'll find it is starting with the operating income, because remember we have been distributing this operating income. Actually, we can even write it here, 125 250. So at the end, the total column should tally with the operating income, because we have distributed through salary, interest, and profit share. Once you do that, now we said the investment income come here. You add the taxable investment income. Taxable investment incomes. So for the taxable investment incomes, so we need to go to the question, especially in the income statement, determine if we had an investment income, and then we share if it is taxable. The first investment income in the income statement is the dividend income, which we are told it is net. What we say is this: if you are given an income like dividend or interest, and you're not told where it's coming from, always assume it's a non-qualifying dividend or non-qualifying interest. Like this one, they have not indicated where it's coming from. So being non-qualifying means that the withholding tax was not final. We need to tax it further. So the dividend that we don't put here are the one that we indicated as exempt or qualifying, because exempt are not taxable. And here we are talking about taxable. Qualifying, withholding tax, it's final. You are not supposed to tax it again. So only non-qualifying. So this one, being that it has not been indicated, we assume it's non-qualifying, so it should be here. So dividend income, where we have 562,500, and then it is net. Remember, we say that for non-qualifying dividend, if you are told net, withholding tax is 15, meaning they have already deducted 15, meaning this is 85%. Remember, we said you only tax the gross. So if this 85, 100 will be what? To get 100, multiply by 100 over 85. And then profit sharing ratio, each was to get a third. A third. So it will be 562, 500. We multiply by 100, divide by 85. You get 66, 61, 764. Uh, 765, we round off, and then divide by 3, which comes to 220, 588. Now with that one, we have distributed the dividend. There is another investment income, rent. We said if you're not told where the rent is coming from, you assume it's a commercial rent so that you tax it further. So here we have not been told. And then for the rent, you must minus the allowable expense relating to rent. Repair, caretaker salary for the rental. But for this question, we haven't been told whether there were any expense relating to rent. So we distribute the way it is. So rent income, which we have a 415,000, and then profit sharing ratio, each to get a third. So that would be in total 415 divide by 3. Divide by 3, giving you 138,333. 138,333. 138,333. And then since there is no other investment income, we can now get total taxable incomes. So total taxable income, we do them this way. If the operating is positive, that's the time that we add investment, right? This one is positive. But if it is negative like this, we don't add. We cross it there. Remember, we say that a loss from one activity can only be deducted against profit of the same activity. So operating for this guy, this person, they had a negative. It will be carried forward to next year. So next year, when they generate a profit, he generate a profit or she generate a profit from the operating, she deduct this loss. So for this year, he will be taxed on the investment income only. So for this one who have positive are the one that we add. The negative we don't add, we only add the positives. So we start with the first one, 378,083. 083 plus 220. 588 to 2588, and then we add 138,333, which give us 737 004. We go to the next one, 5583, and then we add to 20 588 to 2588, and then we add 138,333. We get 364 504. For this one, remember we said we don't add the negative, carry forward to next year, we only add the positives. So 220 588 plus 138 333, which we get 358 921. And then we go to the total, 125 250 plus 661 765, and then we add 415,000, so giving us 1202 015. Yeah. And the question ends there, and this total cannot be the same as this way because this we didn't add. So this we carry forward to next year. So as per the question, that is where we stop, and that is how we determine the taxable income of the partnership, and we do the distribution. For now, we are going to stop there until I see you in our next lesson, where we are remaining with one business, that is the limited company. We see how limited companies are usually taxed. Thank you very much. However, make sure that you do the assignment that is being shown at the end of this video. Thank you very much. How are you over there? My name is Patrick Kamure. You are lecturer in taxation. Welcome to today's lesson of public finance and taxation, where we continue looking at the taxation of the business income, where, if I can give you a little of recap of what we did, is that we said that there are three businesses that we need to see how they are taxed. One of them is the partnership, is the sole proprietorship. The other one is the partnership, and the third one is the limited company. In our previous lesson, we did the taxation of the sole proprietorship. So for today, we want to go to the next business, which is the taxation of the partnership. So partnership is where we have two or more people who come together to do business together, and they don't register their business as a company. Because of that, we normally say that partnership do not have a separate legal entity from the owners, and that will mean that when you are taxing the partnership, you tax the partners themselves, not the partnership itself, because it is not separate from the partners. They are partners, and the business, they are one and the same thing. So now we want to see, how do we normally tax the partnership business? First of all, I want to write over there the introduction or definition of the partnership as I've illustrated. So we have partnership is a business owned by two or more people which is not registered as a company, and so does not have a separate legal entity. That is the definition of the partnership. But our objective or goal is to know how we usually tax the partnership business. So these are the items that you need to consider when you are taxing the partnership business. So areas to consider, or items to consider: while taxing partnership business. Number one, determination of taxable income. Determination of taxable income, and say this is done using either or a gross profit method or number two, or B, net profit method. What we are saying is that when you are determining the taxable income of the partnership, just like other business, and as we introduced earlier on when you are introducing to the taxation of the business today, any business, when you are determining the taxable income, you either use the gross profit method or net profit method. So the same criteria apply to the taxation of the partnership. You either use the gross profit method or net profit method to get the taxable income. We have Roman 2. Another items that you need to consider when you are determining taxable income of the partnership or taxing the partnership is the following expenses: are not allowable in partnership. i.e. salary to the partner, to partners, interest on capital, interests on capital from partners to the partners, commission and bonuses to partners, drawings by partners, and any private expense of the partners. That is the second thing that you need to know, that those expenses, when they are incurred by the partnership, they are considered to be non-allowable expenses. Salary to the partners, interest on capital, bonuses, the commission, the drawings. In short, we are saying any expense relating to the partner, like private expenses of the partner, we don't allow them when you're determining the taxable income. The third one that you need to consider, the following incomes. Are non-taxable incomes in partnership, i.e. what are those incomes that are not taxable? Interest on drawings, profit on goods sold to partners, and any other income. Any other income from partners. That's another thing, that when you're determining the taxable income of the partnership, if there's any income that the partnership received from the partners, we treat it as non-taxable. This you hear like interest on drawings, like when the partner withdraw anything from the partnership, like goods, the cash, they are charged interest. That is an income to the partnership, but it is usually not taxable. Another thing is like sometimes they can have a provision, or the partners can have a provision that if a person wants to buy goods from the business, can buy and they are going to be charged a profit like any other customer. So that profit is not taxable in the partnership, and any other income that the partnership may get from the partners. The fourth one is the income distribution schedule. Distribution schedule. What does that mean? Once taxable income of partnership is determined, it is distributed to partners using income distribution schedule where they bear individual tax burden. They are taxed individually at graduated scale rates in the same way as employment income. after the distribution. The gross tax once determined then set-offs such as personal relief, insurance relief, and withholding tax on investment incomes are deducted. Income distribution schedule has the following format. So what we are saying is that about the income distribution schedule, once the taxable income of the partnership is determined, either using the gross profit or the net profit, we tax the income on the partners themselves, and we tax them at graduated scale rates. Graduated scale rates is the same as the employment income, the way we taxed the sole proprietorship, where once you distribute to the partners, because the partners are the one who bear the tax burden, you tax them individually. It is partner A, how much is the taxable income, tax individually at graduated scale rates. Partner B, how much is the taxable income, tax them individually. And then once you get the gross tax of each partner, you less the set-off. Set-off, we said that they reduce the actual tax they are supposed to pay, and they are like personal relief, the withholding tax on investment income, and insurance relief if they have life insurance cover, education insurance cover, or NHIF. Now, I want to show you how the distribution is done through the income distribution schedule or allocation schedule. So it has this format: income distribution stroke allocation schedule. We start by distributing the taxable operating income, and then we list the partners. Partner A, we are assuming partners are A, B, and then we have a column for the totals. Shillings, shillings, shillings. So the taxable operating income you would have determined using either gross profit method or net profit method. You can distribute it this way. The first one is usually the salary. So salary to partners. If partners have the salaries, if this one had a salary, you put there this one and the total. The next one is interest on capital. Interests on capital. So interest on capital for this partner, for this one, and this, if there is any. Then commission or bonus. You put on this, this, and this. After that, those three are the one that you usually post. If there is commission or bonus, interest on capital, salaries to the partners. Then you less interest on drawings. Interest on drawings. So interest on drawings here, you less if anybody withdrew the goods and they were charged interest there. Now, after you have distributed those one, the taxable operating income you'd have determined, you minus what you have distributed, minus this, minus this, minus this, but this one you add. Then whatever remains you share according to the profit sharing ratio. We call it profit share, shared according to profit sharing ratio. So you come, how much is this? This total. And then after that, get the total taxable operating income. Total taxable operating incomes means we take the salary, the interest on capital, if there is commission or bonus, less interest on doing profit share, you get the total here. You do the same for this, you do the same for that. Now, you have just distributed the operating income. Then you add taxable investment income. Taxable investment incomes shared according to profit sharing ratio. Sharing ratio. So, if you have something like rent, non-qualifying dividend, non-qualifying interest, royalty, all those, remember, withholding tax is not final. You come and share here according to the profit sharing ratio. This one, total. And then now from there, you can get total taxable income. Total taxable incomes, which will take the operating income plus investment to get the total. Operating plus investment, there. And now, if you're asked about now taxing, getting the tax payable by partners, you'll tax this one A individually on this using the graduated scales, the way we tax a sole proprietor's income. The same case, this one, A, B, tax on this one to get the tax they are supposed to pay. So that is what you need to know when you are taxing the partnership business. And from there now, I want us to look at a question. So I read the question, then I'll show you how it is solved or computed. This is what the question says. Hi there, my name is Patrick Kamau. Welcome to today's lesson of Public Finance and Taxation, where we look at the taxation of farming activities. So farming activity is somehow connected to the taxation of the business that in our previous lessons we have covered, because all matters is how is the farming activity carried out. Is it done by a limited company, a partnership, or a sole proprietorship? So when it comes to the taxation, determination of the taxable income, everything remains the same. So the only difference are just two things that you need to know. Additional taxable income in farming. Those are incomes that are specifically for farming, in addition to the one that we said are taxable under normal business, and also additional allowable expense. The one that we talked about are still applicable, and now they are those specific in farming because farming is a special activity. So I want to write something about the taxation of the farming activity here. Before then, at the end of it, we look at a question. This is what you need to know, that farming is also called agriculture. And it involves keeping of animals or growing of crops for food or commercial purpose. When farming is done, for commercial purpose, then the income generated become a taxable income. Another point is farming is taxed depending on how it is carried out, either in partnership, by a limited company, or by a sole proprietor, where it is taxed in the same way as these businesses as already covered. However, the following apply specifically in farming. So we have number one, the following specifically apply in farming. We have additional taxable income. This includes all incomes generated in farming, i.e., income from selling of crops, livestock, farm produce, animal produce, etc. Before we continue, what we are saying is that, as I had introduced, that you do farming either for food, for commercial. If you do farming for commercial purpose, then the income you generate become taxable profit like any other business. Now, how do you tax the farming activity? It depends on how it is being carried out. Is it being done in partnership? You tax it in the normal way, like a partnership, the way we have covered in our previous lesson. Determine the taxable income, then distribute the income to the partners, then tax them individually. Is it done by a limited company? It is a company, determine the taxable income of the company, then tax the company, just normally. Is it done by a sole proprietor, where you determine the taxable income of that sole proprietor, then tax him? However, we are saying the following specifically apply in farming: additional taxable income. Like that, any income that come out of farming activity, like selling of crops, livestock, animal produce. Animal produce are like eggs, milk, hide for the animals. All those are supposed to be taxable, and any other income that come out of farming activity. Then we have number two, additional allowable expenses. Additional allowable expenses. This include, we have A, costs of purchasing seed, fertilizer, and livestock. B, we have farm operation expenses. Such as cost of water, electricity, transport, etc. Then we have C, costs of clearing land and planting permanent and semi-permanent crops. D, costs incurred to prevent soil erosion. I.e., construction of gabions, terraces, and making of windbreaks. The last one, capital allowance. On capital expenditure or farm work costs. This one, check capital allowance computation. So what we are saying is this: when you see these expenses and they are incurred in farming, treat them as a allowable expense. One we are saying is the cost of purchasing seeds, fertilizer, and livestock in farming. They are allowable. Treat them as a allowable expense. Farm operational expense, just like any other business, water expense, electricity, transport, and any other expense incurred in farming, allowable. Cost of clearing land and planting permanent and semi-permanent crops. Permanent crops are the crops that can be in the farm in the long term, like coffee plants, tea plants. The cost of planting them are allowable. Semi-permanent are like pyrethrum. They're usually in the short run, but 2, 3, 4, 5 years. They are all allowable. Cost incurred to prevent soil erosion, like construction of gabions, terraces, making of the windbreaks. All these are allowable as long as they are to prevent soil erosion. And capital allowance on capital expenditure in farming. Capital expenditure in farming is also called farm work cost. So when you see farm work cost, claim capital allowance under farming. And this I'm reminding you to go and check the capital allowance computation because we learned about it. Now at this moment, I'd like us to look at a question to see what we are talking about. So I read the question. This is what the question says. Mazao Ranch Limited practices mixed farming and milk processing. The following is the company's statement of profit or loss for the year ending that 1st December 2020. We have the revenues consisting of sale of milk, sale of livestock, sale of manure, proceed from the sale of an old tractor, discount received, expenses which we have general expenses, construction of water tank, vaccine for livestock, loan repayment, depreciation, electricity and water, conveyance fee, construction of chicken sheds, animal feeds, salaries and wages, bad debts provision, repair and maintenance, professional fee, net profit. Additional information number 1, farm work acquired on 1st July 2020 comprised of the following: granary, labor quarters, cow sheds. Number 2, general expenses include subscription to a farmers association, acquisition of a 50-year lease, staff Christmas party, parking fine. Then Number 3, repair and maintenance comprised. Provision for fencing expenditure, repair to machinery, other repairs. Number 4, professional fee include 500,000 paid with regard to pursuing a dispute with the Kenya Revenue Authority, VAT department. Then assume corporate tax rate during the year was 25%. Required, adjusted taxable profit or loss for Mazao Ranch Limited for the year ending 31st December 2020 and the tax payable if there is any. So in this case, we take note. Yes, it's a farming activity, although they are mixing it with processing, but the key thing is farming activity. And then the farming is done by a limited company. So whatever we have been saying about a limited company apply with addition of this additional taxable income we have talked about and additional allowable expense. So we treat it as a normal, it's a company actually. So the next question should be, which method are we supposed to use to get the taxable income? Like any other business, for this one we use the net profit method because we have been given the net accounting profit after the income statement. So this is how we go about it. For the year ended 31st of December 2020. So we start with net profit provided, which we have 157,000. Then when you are using the net profit method, we said you add non-allowable expenses in P&L and taxable operating income not in P&L. So just like we have been using the net profit method, we'll go through the P&L, look for the expenses that are not allowable in the P&L first. So which expenses are in the P&L? General expense. General expense we have been saying is allowable is for the business. Construction of water tank. We don't allow water tank, that's a fixed asset. So construction of water tank, a fixed asset we don't allow. Of which case we have 240 had been deducted, isn't allowable. Next, vaccine for the livestock. That is allowable expense, vaccine, because it's a farm operational expense. Loan repayment. We said loan repayment is not allowed. What we allow is the interest on loan, not the loan. So we disallow that. Loan repayment, 350,000. After that, depreciation. Depreciation isn't allowable, so we add it. Depreciation, which you have 180,000. Electricity and water, that is allowable expense. Conveyance fee, no. If you go to the legal expense, we say conveyance fee is not allowable. And which we have 156,000. Then construction of chicken sheds, that's also a fixed asset, you know, a structure. We disallow. Chicken sheds, a fixed asset for 80,000. Animal feeds, that is an allowable expense. We said an operational expense. Salaries and wages is allowable. Bad debt provision. Provision we don't allow unless they are specific provision. So we disallow that. Bad debt provision, which we have 150,000. 150,000. Repair and maintenance, that is allowable, and also professional fee are allowed. From there, we go to the additional information we look for, an income not in P&L. If an income is not in the P&L, can only be in the additional information. And if it happens to be taxable operating, we add. And at the same time we go there, we look if there is an analysis of the expense in P&L. In the analysis, if they do happen to be non-allowable, we add still. We start with the additional information, number 1. Farm work acquired on 1st July 2020 comprised of the following. Now, farm work, that's a fixed asset. We said here, it's a capital expenditure. We don't allow capital expenditure. We claim capital allowance. But those expenses, if you look at them keenly, they are not in the P&L, so we cannot touch them. Then number 2, general expense include. Now, general expense is one of the expenses in the P&L, so we look for the non-allowable expense in it because it's an expense in the P&L. Subscription to Farmers Association, that's a trade association which we allow. Acquisition of a 50-year lease, that's allowable. We said up to 100 years, up to 99-year lease is allowed. Staff Christmas party allowed for welfare. Parking fine, we don't allow fine. So in this case, we disallow. Which we have 129,000. Then after that, we go to number 3. Repair and maintenance complies. Now, repair and maintenance is in the P&L. So we look for the non-allowable in it. Provision for fencing expenditure. We don't allow provisions. So we add provision. Only specific provision for bad debt do we allow. This provision for fencing, it's not specific provision for bad debt. For fencing, which we have 145,000. The other one is repair to machinery, that is allowed, together with other repairs. They are all allowable, revenue expenditure. Then we go to number 4, professional fee include. Now, professional fee is in the P&L. If you go to the P&L, the last expense is actually the last one, is in the P&L. We look for non-allowable in it. It includes 500,000 paid with regard to the pursuing dispute with Revenue Authority VAT. We said any expense relating to tax we don't allow. So we'll have a professional fee for VAT, $500,000. We don't allow. Number 5, assume the corporate tax rate during the year was 25%. That's not an income, it's not an expense. So we are done with an allowable expense in P&L, an income not in P&L. Unfortunately, we didn't come across any. Now we now come to the deduction. Remember, we deduct 3 items: non-taxable operating income in P&L or investment income in P&L and allowable expenses. Allowable expenses not in P&L. So first thing, we go to the P&L, we look for non-taxable operating income there. And also the same P&L, we look for all investment income there. Let's see. In the P&L, these are the incomes. Sale of milk. We said sale of milk is a taxable income. Taxable operating in farming. Income from selling of an animal produce. We said here under taxable operating income. Sale of livestock are taxable operating for farming. Sale of a manure, that's an animal produce, a taxable income. Proceed from the sale of an old tractor. Under normal circumstances, we don't tax income from selling fixed asset. That's a fixed asset. So profit on sale of tractor, which we have an amount of 820,000. We remove, not taxable. The other one is discount received. Discount received is a taxable operating under normal business. That's what we said. So since we are done, there is no other income in P&L that we have not considered. We now look for allowable expense not in P&L. An expense that is allowable that isn't in the P&L. If it is not in the P&L, then it can only be in the additional information. Let's see. Number 1, farm work acquired on 1st July 2020 comprised of the following. Now, farm work that is not in the P&L and it's also not allowed. We said, what do? We claim capital allowance on farm work. Which one? If you go to the capital allowance we discussed earlier on in the previous lessons, so we said granary, that should be 50% without considering time. Even if it was from 1st July, we don't consider time. Labor quotas in farming, remember in farming, is supposed to be 50%. Now, cow shed, that's supposed to be another 50% without considering time. So we claim them. So we are continuing here. On that, we are looking for allowable expense not in P&L. So we have capital allowance. Capital allowance on. We start with granary, which should be 50% of 420. That will be 210,000. Labor quotas, 50% of 1,200. That will be 600,000. Then cow shed, 50% of 160. That will be 80,000. So we are done with number one. We continue looking for allowable expense not in P&L. Number two, general expense is in the P&L, including whatever is in there. Substitution, all of them are in the general expense. Repair and maintenance is in the P&L, including whatever is in there. Professional fee is in the P&L. 5 is not an expense. Now that we have not been given capital allowance, and that's the reason why we are computing, you have to come back here and now look for fixed assets so that now you can finish on the capital allowance. We had construction of water tank. That is a structure construction. So that's supposed to be 50%. It is a structure in farming. The other one is construction of chicken sheds. That's another 50%, a structure in farming. And this fencing, if it was not a provision, provision means that they have not yet incurred. They are providing they are going to incur. We don't claim capital allowance. But if it was incurred, we could have claimed 50%. And there isn't any other fixed asset. So you'll come here, a water tank construction of, we have tank, which is supposed to be 50% of 240. That will be 120,000. The other one is chicken shed, construction of chicken shed, which should be another 50%. Chicken shed we had for 80. That will be 240. And since there is no other fixed asset and we are done with the allowable expense not in P&L, we get the net taxable operating incomes. So we are going to take this, add, and then minus. So we start 157,000, and then we add to 40,000. We add 350,000. We add 180. We add 156. We add 480. We add 150. We add 129. We add 145. We add 500. And then we minus the 8, it was 820. We minus 210. We minus 600. We minus 80. We minus 120. And we minus 240, which we have 417. So this is 417,000. Now note, this was a company, limited. So we said company, since it is taxed on its own income, we add the taxable investment income. Investment incomes. But if you look at the question, in the income statement, these were the income. Sale of milk, sale of livestock, manure, proceeds from old tractor, discount. There is no investment income. So this would be a dash, meaning the total taxable income. Total taxable income would be the 417,000. So that mark the end of required one. adjusted taxable profit or loss of Mazao Ranch Limited for that year. Number 2, tax payable or on profit or loss. So in this case, we said it's a company. We said like any other company, corporation tax rate. That we have not been told is an unresident or a foreign company, 30%. So we'll say tax would be 30% of 417,000, which will give us how much? 30% of 417. That gives us 125, 100. And that is the end of that question. So that is how you tax the farming activity. And you would have noted that it's not different from the businesses that we have looked at. You just consider it like a normal business. Sole proprietorship if it's done by a sole proprietor. A partnership is if it's done under partnership. A limited company like the way we have done it there, then you just tax it that way. The only additional thing that you need to know is this additional taxable income and additional allowable expense. So that marks the end of the taxation of the farming activities. And I want you, below this video, there is an assignment. Kindly go through it, look at it, attempt it, then see if you can be able to do it the way we have done ours here. So for today, we end there. Thank you very much. And from there now, I want us to look at a question. So I read the question, then I'll show you how it is solved or computed. This is what the question says. Kamara, Susan, and Kubasu are a partnership, trading as Kasuku traders, sharing profits or losses equally. They have provided the following statement of profit or loss for the year ending 31st December 2021. We have the gross profit, VAT refund, foreign exchange gain, dividend income net, a profit or disposal of furniture, rent income, then total income, then less expenses, insurance premiums, legal fee, depreciation, repair and maintenance, VAT paid, sundry expenses, interest on capital for Kamara, Susan, and Kubasu, motor vehicle expenses, custom duty, accountancy fee, bad and doubtful debts, rates and rent, salaries and wages, net loss. Additional information. Number 1. Insurance premiums include 282,500 paid to insure Susan's private car. Legal fee include parking fine, settling a dispute with a customer, appeal against tax assessment, court expense for breach of contract, preparation of tender documents. Number 3. Sundry expenses include interest charged on hire purchase, cash embezzled by cashier, registration of trademark. Number 4. Repair and maintenance comprised of the following: repair of furniture, installation of surveillance camera, cost of office furniture. Number 5. The partners took goods for personal use which had cost price of 225,000. The gross profit margin was 20% as recorded in the partnership books of account. The investment allowance were agreed with the Revenue Authority at 1475,000 during the year ending 1st December 2021. Salaries and wages included salaries to the partners as follows: Kamara, Susan, Kubasu. So we are required to have the adjusted partnership profit or loss for that year and distribution schedule of the profit or loss computed in C1 above. So we prepare the income distribution schedule after getting the taxable income. So the first question is to get the taxable income of the partnership. Question is, which method are we supposed to use? Here we said if you are given net accounting profit, then you use the net profit method. Here we are given the net loss, which is a negative profit. That automatically means that you're supposed to use the net profit method. So we solve the question. We start with the name of the business, Kasuku Traders. Which is a partnership. We get the taxable income for the year ended 1st December 2021. As we had said, when you are given the net accounting profit or loss or income, we start with it and then we adjust it. So we'll start with net loss provided, which we are given in shillings, and we have 2956,000 negative or a loss. Then we add, we had said when you're using the net profit method, you add non-allowable expenses in P&L and taxable operating income not in P&L. Non-allowable expenses in P&L and taxable operating income not in P&L. What does that mean? We usually start with the first item, non-allowable expense in P&L, meaning in this P&L is the profit and loss account, which is the income statement. That in this income statement, as you can see, incomes were added and expenses deducted to get the net profit, which is a negative profit anyway. So we are saying, of those expenses that were deducted, is there an expense that is not allowable? So that now it had been deducted to get the net profit. It's not allowable. It's not supposed to be deducted. We add it back. Before we go to the last one, I'll show you where we find it, because that one, as you can see, not in P&L. So we finish with this first one, as we had illustrated earlier on. Let us start with the expenses. We just follow the ones that are in the P&L. Insurance premium. Insurance is for the business, and it is usually allowable expenses. The other one is legal fee. Legal fee is also allowable, as long as they have not extended to what they entail. Depreciation, no. Depreciation is not allowable, as we have been saying, so we add it. It had been deducted, remember, and it is not allowable. 575,000. The other one is repair and maintenance. Repair and maintenance, that is allowable. It's for the business and it's allowable. VAT paid. We said any form of tax we don't allow. Any form of tax. VAT is a tax. Value added tax is not allowable. Had been deducted to get the net profit, and it's not supposed to be deducted. It's not allowable. We add it back. Next, sundry expenses. That those sundry expenses are small expenses put together for the business, and they are allowable. Interest on capital. We had even said it here that anything paid to the partners is not allowable. Partner salary, commission, interest, drawings, in private expense we don't allow. So that one had been deducted and it's not allowable. So interests on capital, which we have Kamara, we have Susan, Kubasu. So Kamara for 7,500. The other one is 185,000. The other one is 146,000. Then we continue motor vehicle expenses. Motor vehicle expense, those are expenses to run the motor vehicle. Don't say it's the cost of motor vehicle. When you hear motor vehicle, they are the expense to run motor vehicle, like fuel, repair. Those are allowable. But if they say the motor vehicle costs, that's now the cost of a motor vehicle. Fixed asset we don't allow. So this is allowable. Next is custom duty. Custom duty is a form of tax. We don't allow taxes. So we'll add it. Which we have 227,500. Next one is accountancy fee. Those are professional fee you pay. They are allowable because they are for the business. Bad and doubtful debt. Now, when you hear doubtful debt, is a provision, a general provision, because you are doubting that they might not pay, they might pay. So it's just a provision. We don't allow provision unless it's specific provision for bad debt. The next one is rates and rent. Rates and rent, those are allowable expense because they are for the business. Salaries and wages, we also said those are allowable. They are for the business. They are revenue and commercial expenses. Now look, we are done with non-allowable expenses in P&L. Now we can look for taxable operating income, not in P&L. What does that mean? It means that an income that is taxable, but it has not been included in the P&L, in the income statement up here. So meaning it didn't increase the net profit that we have down there, although it's a loss, it's a negative profit. It didn't. So if it is not in the P&L, it didn't increase this net profit. Where do we find it? We can only find it in the additional information. So we go to the additional information to check for an income not in P&L. If they happen to be taxable operating, then we are going to add. However, when we go to the additional information, there's something else we normally check. You see, we say we are done with the expenses in the P&L, but you may go to the additional information and you are given analysis of those expenses that are in the P&L. Like the last expense we had salaries and wages in the P&L. You may go in the additional information and you're told that was to the partner. Remember, salary to the partner we don't allow. So we still come back and disallow it. So in the additional information, we not only look for taxable operating income not in P&L, but we also look for analysis of the expense in P&L. If they happen to be non-allowable, we still add them. Like if you go to the additional information number 1, we are told insurance premium incurred. Now insurance premium is an expense. When you go to the income statement, you'll find it is the first expense. So now we are to that one, it includes 282,500 paid to insure Susan private car. Those we don't allow. Why? Because they are private expenses of Susan, who is a partner. We don't allow. So we disallow the 282,500. Insurance, Susan car, 282,500. Then number 2, legal fee incurred. Legal fee is an expense. Now, is it in the P&L? Yes. When you go to the P&L, the second expense, legal fee. Now, we need to determine if there's a component that is not allowable of that legal fee, so that we add it because it is in the P&L. It included parking fine. Parking fine, we don't allow them. Let me analyze them, then I post the one that are not allowable. Parking fine are non-allowable, so that will add setting a dispute with the customer. That is allowable. So if you remember what we said, legal expense related to customer is allowable expense. Then the other one is appeal against tax assessment. We said any expense relating to tax is not allowable. Relating any expense, any form of tax we don't allow. Expense relating to tax we don't allow. So this is not allowable. It's relating to tax. Court expenses for breach of contract. We said that. Legal expense relating to breach of contract we don't allow. The other one is preparation of tender document. Now that is allowable expense. So now let us disallow the ones that we have said. Parking fine. $150,000. Tax assessment. Expense, which we have 62,500. We have breach of contract, costs or expense, 400,000. Preparation of tender that we said is allowed. After that, we go to number 3. Sundry expense include. Now sundry expense is in the P&L. When you go to the P&L, you will find it there. So we need to determine the part that is not allowable. It included interest charged on hire purchase. We had said interest on money borrowed is allowable. Interest on money borrowed. So hire purchase is like you had taken an item through hire purchase, you had borrowed it, so you are paying the interest. That's allowable. Cash embezzled by cashier. We had said any expense that is not income generating, we don't allow. So it doesn't matter who embezzled. As long as it's an embezzlement, it is not income generating. We disallow. We will add it here. The other one is registration of trademark. We had said expenses relating to trademark, patent, copyright, we don't allow them. So these two we disallow. Cash embezzled, by cashier, 565,000. The other one is registration of trademark, which we have 281,250. After that, we go to the point number 4. Repair and maintenance comprised of the following. So, repair and maintenance, if you go to the P&L, you'll find it. It is there, one of the expense. So, we check the part that is not allowable. We are told it included repair of furniture. Repair of furniture, those are normal business expense and it's allowable. Don't say it's relating to a fixed asset because it was incurred after the fixed asset had been purchased. It's already allowable. Installation of surveillance camera, that is the one that is not allowable because we had said when we were looking at the capital allowance, expense incurred before you start using a fixed asset. We normally claim capital allowance on them when we are claiming the capital allowance of that particular asset. So this one is not allowable because it's part of the cost of the fixed asset, the CCTV. Cost of office furniture, those are also not allowable because they are fixed asset. So we disallow the two. Installation of surveillance camera, where we have an amount of 812,500. The other one is the cost of office furniture. Costs of office furniture. Cost of office furniture, 525,000. Then we now go to number 5. The partners took goods for personal use which had a cost price of 225,000. The gross profit margin was 20% as recorded in the partnership books of account. So partners took goods, they were charged profit. It's like the goods were sold to them. Now, they were at the rate of 20%. Now, if you go to the income statement to check whether that profit is there, it is in the gross profit that you can see in the income statement. And what did we say about the income in the income statement? At the moment, we are interested with the income not in the P&L, not in the income statement. So if an income is in the income statement, we ignore for now. So we move on to the next one. Investment allowance were agreed with the Revenue Authority at 1475,000 during the year. Remember, investment allowance is equivalent to capital allowance. Capital allowance or investment allowance are allowable. Right now, we want the non-allowable expense in P&L. So that being allowable, we ignore. Number 7, salaries and wages include. If you go to the P&L, you'll find salaries and wages there. In that salaries and wages, we are told it included the one that were paid to the partner. We said anything paid to the partner, we usually don't allow it. So, salaries to the partner. Where we have Kamara, Susan, Kubasu, which we have 600,000. We have 450. And we have 225. And that is the end of the additional information, meaning we don't have any other item we are supposed to add because we are done with the expenses in P&L. Unfortunately, we didn't find taxable operating income not in P&L. Otherwise, it could have been in additional information. Now that we are done with the addition, remember we said now you come to the deduction. Deduction, we deduct 3 items. Less, non-taxable operating income in P&L, that is 1. The second one is or investment income. Or investment incomes in P&L and allowable expenses not in P&L. So we are saying we first look for non-taxable operating incomes in P&L and or investment incomes in P&L before we look at the allowable not, because this one is not in P&L. We start with the first two. Now we go to the P&L and look for them, but I like to delete this part here so that I can continue, and then once we are done I can come and we distribute here. So the continuation is here. So let us go to the P&L, look for non-taxable income, meaning that in this income statement up here, there could be an income that is not taxable that was included. We remove because it increased the net profit there. We remove because it's not taxable. 2, if there is any investment income here, investment income increased the net profit, we remove it so that we remain with operating income only, as we had said. So we start with the first income, gross profit. Gross profit is a taxable income and does not have any issue because we are in the business of buying and selling the goods. So the profit we make is a taxable. But there was additional information number 5, that the partners took goods for personal use which had cost price of 225. The gross profit margin was 20% as recorded in the partnership books. We said any income to the partner is not from the partner is not taxable. So it's like the partners purchase the goods from the partnership because they are being charged the profit. We remove that profit. So profit on goods taken by partner, by partners. So here we are told the goods, the cost of the goods was 225,000. This is the cost. I want to remind you that whenever you are given margin and markup, I know you have done financial accounting or financial reporting. You are told whenever you are given the markup or margin and you want to get the profit, you must be very careful. That, remember, I want to illustrate here. Remember, markup, let me start with the margin. Margin is usually equivalent to profit over sales, which in this case we are told is 20%. So 20% stand for 20 over 100. Now we use the margin the way it is to get the profit if you are given the sale. Now in our question we are given the cost. The cost, we use the markup which is the profit over cost. So in this case then we have to ask yourselves, how much was the markup? You don't have to worry, you just need to use the margin to get the markup. How? See here we have profit over sales. Margin is profit over sales, which is 20 over 100. Profit, it is 20 then. Sales is 100 then. And here in the markup we have the profit. So bring this 20 here because it is the same. It's a common factor in the markup and margin. Profit, 20. And then now get the cost. Remember, even when we are doing the gross profit method, we were saying a sale minus the cost of sales, we get the profit. Now, if you want to get the cost, remember here we want to get the cost. If you want to get the cost of sales, then take this cost of sales together with the negative to the other side, and the profit will bring here. Remember, profit is positive here. When it come here, it will be negative. Cost is a negative here. When it go beyond the is equal sign, it become positive. So it's like saying the cost will be the sale minus the profit. So in this question, do we have the sale? Yes, the sales is here, which is 100. So we take 100 to get the cost minus the profit. Do we have the profit? Yes, the profit is 20, the one that we have even used here, minus 20. meaning it is 20 over 80. So now that we have the markup, and the markup is the one that you use the cost, now we can apply it directly. This is the fraction 20 over 80 times 225, because that is the cost. So we'll come here and talk of times 100 over 80. And not 100 over 80, 20 over 80. 20 over 80. We do the computation so that we can get the profit that was charged on the partners. 225,000 times this 225, let me confirm, is 225. 225 times 20 divided by 80, which give us 56 to 50. So 56 to 50 we minus. Remember, we are minusing because it's an untaxable operating income in P&L. So I'll now continue here. Now we go back to the P&L, look for other non-taxable income and investment. After the gross profit, we have VAT refund. VAT refund is not even an income because you just overpaid your VAT and it's being refunded to you. So we remove VAT refund. VAT refund 102,500. It is a non-taxable income. It's not supposed to be taxed. The other one is foreign exchange gain. We only said the non-taxable foreign exchange gain is the unrealized one. Unrealized we should not tax. Actually, if we were told unrealized, we should have removed because it had been included to increase the net profit and it's not taxable. But when it is cited, what does that mean? It means it is realized. So if we say that it is realized, so that is taxable, we won't remove. Dividend income net. Dividend is an investment income, and we said all investment income in P&L or investment income in P&L, we remove them. So we remove dividend income. And somebody may ask, do we remove the net or the gross? My answer is, you remove the figure that increased the net profit. The figure there, whether net or gross, right now they are saying net 562.5. The 562.500 is the one that increased the net profit that we are adjusting. So remove it, whether gross or net. The figure is the key, 562,500. Then profit on disposal of furniture. If you remember, we said income from selling fixed assets we don't tax. So had been included in the in the income statement, they increased the net profit, it is not taxable. So profit on furniture. So profit on furniture, which we have 591,000. The other one is rental income. We said all investment income in P&L we remove. Rent is an investment, we remove rent income, which we have for 15,000. And that is the last income in the P&L. So we are done with non-taxable operating income in P&L and all the investment income in P&L. Now we look at the last part, allowable expense not in P&L. An expense that was supposed to be deducted in the P&L in the income statement to get this net profit, it had not been deducted, meaning this net profit, it is overstated. So we need to remove it. If it is not in the P&L, where do you find it? You find it in the additional information. Let us go to the additional information for an expense allowable not in P&L. Now we start with number 1, insurance premium. Now remember, we want expense not in P&L. Insurance premium is in the P&L. Leave it. Number 2, legal fee. Legal fee, if you go to the P&L in the income statement, you'll find it there. Leave it. Including, don't say, like in the legal fee, we are told it includes settling a dispute with the customer and also preparation of tender. Remember, those we said are allowable. Don't go to the P&L and you won't find them and say now they have not been deducted. No, all of them are in the heading of the legal fee. So they are all inside the legal fee that is in the P&L. So as long as the heading is in the P&L, ignore it. So number 3, sundry expense is in the P&L. Repair and maintenance is in the P&L. Number 5 was about gross profit, not even an expense. Number 6, investment allowance were agreed with the revenue authority to be 1475,000 during the year. Now, investment allowance or capital allowance, it is allowable. It had not been deducted, because if you go to the P&L, you will not find it having been deducted there. So we deduct. It is allowable expenses, not in P&L. Investment allowance written as that, in short, or CA for capital allowance for the year. For the year. For the year. For the year, which is how much? Here we are told it was agreed to be 1475,000. 1475,000. We continue getting the allowable, not in P&L. Number 7, salaries and wages include. Salaries and wages is in the P&L, and there is no other expense that is not in P&L. However, I want to mention this. Sometimes you may not be given this investment allowance agreed. Like you may not be given that point number 6. Let's say it is not there. If you are not given, make sure you come back to the expenses that you disallowed. Check if you have a fixed asset. Remember, fixed asset we disallow so that we come and allow the capital allowance. You know, allowable expense not in the capital allowance. So if you are not given this, like in this case we had which fixed asset? Here we had installation of CCTV. If you remember, we said capital allowance is at the rate of 10%. And then the next one is the installation of CCTV. There was office furniture, cost of office furniture here. Remember, office furniture, we are supposed to claim at the rate of 10% as well. So, if you are not given this capital allowance, we could have come here and say capital allowance on installation of CCTV camera, 10% of the figure that we have, 812,500, we minus that figure. Then, capital allowance on furniture, 10% of 525,000, we get the amount before. But if you are given the capital allowance, then you are okay. So, with that one, then we are supposed to now get, since there is no other, we have considered every factor here, we can get the net taxable operating income. So taxable operating income, I want to do that first. So what we do, we start with this negative, we add all these figures, we minus these figures so that we can get the net. So I'll start. The first one is 2956 negative. Remember to minus negative. 2956,000 plus now positive 575,000 plus 233,750 plus 407,500 plus 185,000 plus 146,000 plus 227,500 plus 155,000 plus 282,500 plus 150,000 plus 62,500 62 did it first plus 62,500 plus 400,000 plus 565,000 plus 281,250 plus 812,500 plus 525,000 plus 600,000 plus 450,000 plus 225,000. Then now we start minusing 56 to 50. We minus 102,500 minus 52,500. We minus 591,000 minus 415,000. We minus 1475,000. So giving us 125 to 50. So we have 125 to 50. Now, having gotten the taxable operating income, having gotten the taxable operating this one, I want you to get the difference with the sole proprietorship and also the company. For the partnership, we don't add investment income here. Investment income, first we have to distribute this operating income among the partner until here we get the total taxable operating income. So the total we get here would be the same as this. And then the investment income we add here. So the investment income are not added here. They are added in the distribution schedule. So for now, this, we cross it that way for the partnership, because now we need to distribute. Now after that, we have answered required one. We were supposed to get the adjusted partnership profit or loss for the year. Here it is. Required two, distribution schedule for the profit or loss. Hey there, my name is Patrick Kamau. You are lecturer in public finance and taxation. Welcome to today's lesson, where we learn more about the taxation of the business income, and which we started some times back in few lessons, past lessons, where we say that we are supposed to look at the taxation of the business income, and we had 3 businesses we are supposed to look at: the sole proprietorship, partnership, and the limited company. In our previous lessons, we have covered the sole proprietorship and the partnership. So what is remaining is the taxation of the limited company, and it is the one that I want us to look at how it is usually taxed. So this is what you need to know about the limited company. That limited company is considered to be a separate legal entity from the owners, and therefore taxed on its own income, and therefore taxed on its own income at corporate tax rate. That is the first thing that you need to know, that a company is considered to be separate from the people who forms it. So when you're taxing a company, you tax the company itself. You don't tax the owners. Unlike the case of sole proprietorship, which you tax the owner, the partnership where you tax the partners, here you tax the company itself. So the following points are considered when you are taxing the company. So points considered in taxation of a limited company. There are only 2 points that you need to consider when you are taxing a company. One of them is this. One, or A, determination of the taxable income of taxable incomes. So this is determined using either number 1, gross profit method, Number 2, net profit method. So what we are saying here is that when you are determining the taxable income of a company, you just determine it in the same way as any other business, the way we have been using it. Either gross profit method, if you have not been given net accounting profit. If you have been given the net accounting profit, then you use the net profit method. It's the same thing. Point B to consider is that taxable income of company is taxed at the following tax rate. One, resident company, 30%. Number 2, non-resident company, 37.5%. But note, so what we are saying is that when you determine the taxable income of a company, if it is a resident company, you tax it at 30% to get the tax to be paid. If it is a non-resident company, that's 7.5%, then you get the tax to be paid. But note, from 1st of January 2024, non-residents will be taxed at 30%. Yeah. So there was a change of the law on 1st of July 2023, which stated that come January 2024, the non-resident corporate tax rate will be reduced from that 7.5% to 30%. So it's good to know when you are taxing a company, which year is it rating to? Any year before 2024, that is 7.5% for non-resident only. And now beyond 2024 or 24 and beyond, then it's supposed to be, that is 30%. That is all that you need to know. Otherwise, everything else that we have been talking about taxation of a business, in terms of the method, in terms of the taxable operating income, non-taxable operating income, allowable expenses, and non-allowable expenses remain the same. So now we look at a question. This is what the question says. Zahari Processors Limited presented the following statement of profit or loss for the year ended 31st December 2022. We have the turnover, cost of sales, gross profit, other incomes, provision for foreign exchange gain, gain on sale of motor vehicle, release of liability, refund of excess duty, investment income gross, total income, less expenses, purchase of trademark, a design of company website, director's fee, donation to charitable institutions, depreciation expense, marketing expense, management and professional fees, general expenses, legal costs, loan repayment, allowance for doubtful debts, impairment loss of property, a net profit for the year. Additional information number 1. On 1st April 2022, the company acquired the following assets: factory building, warehouse, processing machinery, rolling 4 tons, drainage system, saloon car. Number 2, management and professional fee comprised development of strategic plan, tax consultancy fee, audit fee, environmental assessment fee. General expenses include installation of neon sign, car grant to a director, installation of processing machine, staff Christmas party, retrenchment costs. Number 4, legal fee comprised defense against claim for breach of trade agreement, renewal of Kenya Association of Manufacturers membership fee, negotiating a bank loan, a preparation of employment contract, drafting lease agreement 60 years. Number 5, release of liability was in respect of a loan obtained from one director who decided to write off the loan as it was due for over 4 years. So we are required compute the total taxable profit or loss for Zahari Processors Limited for the year ending that 1st December 2022. So we want to get the taxable income. First thing that we need to ask ourselves, which method are we supposed to use? it's obvious that for this question we are supposed to use the net profit method because we have been given the income statement with net profit, but the key we have been given the net profit, or if we are given the net loss or net income, is the same. So we'll start. So we'll start with the net profit that has been provided to us. Which we have, note that the items have been given shillings 1,000. So we have 527, 614. And then we add non-allowable expenses. In P&L and taxable operating income, not in P&L. So, as we have been doing any question that we use the net profit method, we just need to go to the P&L, look for the non-allowable expenses there. The first expense in the P&L, purchase of trademark. Trademark is not allowable. The first expense in the P&L is trademark, which is not allowable. So we add it. Then we continue. The next one is design of company website. Website is a fixed asset which we should claim capital allowance later. It's not allowable. So we add it, which we have 12,400. The other one is director's fee. Director's fee is allowed if you look at what we had said among the allowable expense initially. Donation to charity, that's allowable, we said. Depreciation, no, that is not allowable. Depreciation, which we have that 240. After the depreciation, marketing expense. Marketing is allowable. A management and professional fee, that is also allowable, we said, because it's for the business. General expenses, they are allowable because they are for business. Legal costs, unless it is stated what it is, it's allowed, which we had already looked at the non-allowable legal cost. Loan repayment, no, that isn't allowable. Loan repayment, which you have 2,600. Then the next one is allowance for doubtful debt. Allowance for doubtful debt is not allowed. It's a provision. Unless they say specific allowance, it's not allowable. Which we have 2,250. The next one is impairment loss of property. We don't allow impairment loss. We don't. So impairment loss, which we have 1,500. Seems we are done with non-allowable expense in P&L, but we need to go to the additional information, check if there is further analysis of expense in the P&L, and if there is a part that is not allowable. At the same time, in the additional information, we look for taxable operating income not in P&L. An income that is taxable and is operating but has not been included in the P&L up here. So let's see. Additional information number 1. On 1st April 2022, the company acquired the following assets. Now, those are fixed assets. First, they are not in the P&L. If you go to the P&L expenses, they are not there. So ignore. Number 2, management and professional fee comprised. Now, that is in the P&L. We have to look for non-allowables. Higher development of strategic plan. That is an allowable expense because when you plan for your business, it's income generating, it's allowable. How about tax consultancy fee? No, anything to do with the tax we don't allow. Tax consultancy fee, which you have 208. The next one is audit fee. Audit fee is allowed. Environmental assessment fee, that is supposed to be an allowable expense. Why? It is not income generating. We said any expense that is not income generating is not allowable. So environmental assessment which we have 256. After that, we go to number 3. General expenses include. Now, general expenses is in the P&L. When you go to the P&L, you find the general expenses there. They include installation of neon sign. Neon sign installation is a fixed asset. Expense incurred before you start using the neon sign, the fixed asset, those we don't allow. So, we disallow. Which we have 820. The other one is car grant to a director, also not allowed, because a grant to a director is a private, for private use. We don't allow. Which we have 2800. The other one is installation of processing machine. We don't allow installation of the process. They are fixed asset. Expense incurred before you start using fixed asset. We don't allow them. Which we have 1560. The other one is staff Christmas party. That is now allowed because we said expense for the welfare of workers. They are allowable. That's for welfare. The other one is retrenchment cost. We don't allow retrenchment cost. Expense that is not income generating. We don't allow. Retrenchment costs. Which we have 580. After that, we go to additional information number 4. Legal fee complies. Now, legal fee is an expense and it is in the P&L. We look for the non-allowable in it. Defense against breach of trade agreement. We don't allow breach of trade agreement. Breach of contract. We don't. Which we have 1450. How about renewal of Kenya Association of Manufacturers membership fee? That's a trade association. We said anything paid to a trade association is allowable. Negotiating a bank loan, no. Bank loan cost, not allowed. Which we have 1168. 68. The other one is preparation of employment contract. That is allowed. We said so. Drafting at least 60 years. We said up to 99 years this is allowed. So we are done with legal. Number 5. Release of liability was in respect of a loan obtained from one director who decided to write off the loan as it was due over 4 years. Here we said, that's an income. The income you are interested with is the one not in P&L for now. For that one, if you go to the P&L, you'll find it as one of the income in the P&L, in the income statement. So we ignore because we want the one not in P&L. Now that we are done with the addition, we come to the deduction now, less. And we list 3 items as we said. 1, non-taxable operating income. In P&L, that is 1, or in investment incomes, in P&L, and allowable expenses, not in P&L. So what we do, or we said, we start with the first 2 items, non-taxable operating income in P&L and all the investment income in the P&L. So let's go to the P&L, look for an income that is there that is not taxable or an investment income that is there. Like The first income we have is the turnover. Turnover is a taxable income. It's a taxable. After that, there is, because it involves sales, it's sales actually or revenue, what they do. Cost of sales, that's not an income. Right now, we are interested with the incomes. Non-taxable investment. Gross profit is as a result of turnover and cost of sales. Other incomes, which we have, provision for foreign exchange gain. Provision is actually unrealized. If it was just in foreign exchange gain or realized, then that's taxable. But provision is unrealized. So it's not taxable. We remove provision for foreign exchange gain, which we have 84,000. We deduct. The other one is gain on sale of motor vehicle. Income from selling fixed assets we don't tax. Deduct. So gain on sale of motor vehicle. Fixed assets income we don't tax. 28,000. The next one is release of liability. What was the liability about? We were told in additional information number 5, release of liability was in respect of a loan obtained from one director who decided to write off the loan as it was due over 4 years. But that is not an operating income. So we remove. It's not an operating, it's not even an income, an operating income. So release of liability. Release of liability, which you have, 32,000. Next, refund of excess duty. Excess duty is not an income. You know, you are just being refunded the tax you had paid. It's not an income. So remove. Which we have 16,000. Last three, investment income. Here we are saying that all investment income in P&L we remove. So we remove that. Investment incomes. So investment income, which we have 24,000, we deduct. For now, up to this point, we are done. So what remains is for us to look for allowable expense not in P&L. An expense that is allowable, but if you go to the P&L, it isn't there. If it is not in the P&L, where is it? It must be in the additional information. So let's go to the additional information and check. Number 1, on 1st April 2022, the company acquired the following assets. Well, those assets were not in the P&L, but themselves they are not allowable. What we allow in them is capital allowance or investment allowance. And there is nowhere we are told that this is the capital allowance to use. If you are not told, we said you compute yourself. So we start with, the first one is factory building. Factory building you claim at the rate of 50%. So capital allowance on factory building. In short, I'll write FB, factory building, which we said this being used for manufacturing, factory building, it is 50% of 28,800. That will be 14,400, the capital allowance. And we say that whenever you are claiming 50%, you don't consider the time. You claim for the full year, even if it's 1 day. The other rates, 25, 10, are the one that you consider time. Warehouse, that's supposed to be capital allowance at the rate of 10%. So we'll have here warehouse, which is supposed to be 10%. And then this we said we consider time from 1st April. Those are 9 months to the end of the year. So times 9 over 12 of 2800. That we will compute in a while. The other one is processing machine. Processing machine is supposed to be done at the rate of 50%. That's what we said. So we come here and say processing machine. So this is supposed to be 50% without considering time of 16,000. But we said all the expenses that are incurred before you start using a fixed asset, we add them together and we claim capital allowance together. What I'm saying is this. We had an installation of processing machine here, which we disallowed because it was relating to a fixed asset. Now, because they are the same, now we add it here, which we have 1560. and then we'll claim capital allowance on the total. All the cost incurred before using, like this installation was before use. Lorry, that is supposed to be 25%. This we consider time, 9/12 of 3,500. The other one is drainage system. If you look at the capital allowance, we say that should be 50%. So we'll have drainage system, which is supposed to be 50% of 2,600. For the Sarunka, we said it's 25%, and we consider time. However, we had said if a Sarunka or sport utility vehicle exceed 3 million, we only give capital allowance to 3 million. This one is already exceeding, it's 4,840,000, so we only give 3 million. So we have Sarunka, so 25% times 9/12 times 3. Now those being the only fixed asset in number 1, we do the computation now. The first one is, we had already done, is 50% of 28,800. The warehouse now, 10%, and then 10% times 9 divided by 12, and then times 2800. That gives us to 10. The other one, we add the 16,000. We add 1560, and then we take 50%, 8780. The other one is 25% times 9 divided by 12, and then times 3,500, giving us 656.25. I want us to round off to whole numbers, so we just have 656. Then the other one is 50% of 2,600, that will be 1,300. 25% of 9/12 times 3, which gives us 562.5. So we round off to whole numbers, 563. Yeah. So we have been looking for allowable expenses not in P&L, and we were in number 1. We found fixed assets that were not in the P&L, and so we claim capital allowance. Let's check for any other fixed allowable expense not in P&L. Number 2, management fee complies of the following. Now all those one are in the P&L, including the audit fee, development of strategic plan. All those were in the P&L through management and professional fee. We said if the heading is in the P&L, ignore. 3 general expenses is in the P&L. Legal fee are in the P&L. Number 5 is not an expense, it's an income. So what did we say? We said if you have not been given capital allowance, we now come back here. Of the expenses that we have added back, if there is a fixed asset, claim capital allowance. We disallow the fixed asset, you claim capital allowance. So in this case, we had a website. Trademark does not qualify for capital allowance. It's an intangible asset. Website is supposed to be at the rate of 25%. And then the other one that we had was neon sign installation. And then the one installation of machine, which we had considered there. And there was no any other. So we'll come here, website, which we have 25%. Now this we haven't been told when it was acquired or utilized from. So we take 25% of 12,400. 12,400. For the neon sign, that is supposed to be 10%. Neon sign, 10%. We haven't been told when it was started being used in the business. And here we had 820. So this will be 82. Now we do the website, which is supposed to be 25% of 12,400, which give us that 100. Yeah, that 100. Now with nothing else to deduct, because we are done with incomes in the P&L, allowable expense not in P&L, we now get net taxable operating income. So we'll start from the net profit we add, and then we minus those ones. So 527,614, and then 527,614 plus 48,800 plus 12,400 plus 3240 plus 2,600 plus 2,250 plus 1,500 plus 208 plus 256 plus 820 plus 2,800 plus 1,560 plus 580 plus 1,450 plus 1,168. Then this figure we minus the 84,000 minus 28,000 minus 32,000 minus 16,000 minus 24,000 minus 14,400 minus 210 minus 8,780 minus 656, we minus 1,300, we minus 563, and we minus 100, and then we minus 82. That gives us 394, 155. Now, we said this, because this is a company and you tax the company itself, once you get the operating income, you add taxable investment income. Investment income. We add the taxable investment income. In this question, incomes are in the income statement. There was only one investment income, the last one, a general investment income. We said if it is not indicated where an investment income is coming from, tax it. So this one is not indicated, so tax. So add investment income which here we have been told it's 24,000. And since there isn't any other, this will give us the total taxable incomes. So we take the operating plus the investment incomes, which 394, 155, and then we add 24,000. That gives us 418, 155. Now, if you go to the required, we were supposed to get what? Compute the total taxable profit or loss of Zahari Processors Limited, and it ends there. There's no other question. But sometimes you can be asked to get the tax. Unless it is indicated it's an unresident or a foreign company, we said you tax at the rate of 30% because it's considered to be a resident. So tax, if tax was required, that is if it was a requirement that we get the tax, so tax will be 30% of 418, 155,000. Now we add the zeros, the one that we had quoted here, because now we are outside of these zeros we had quoted. So we'll get 30% of 418, 155,000, which gives us 125, 446, 500. And so if you are asked to get the tax, that's what you do. So the taxation of the business ends there. And which case, in case you are told to use the gross profit method, or in case you have not been given the net accounting profit and use the gross profit method, you just have the same. You just start with the sales, cost of sales, and other income, less allowable expense. Then at the end of it, you get the taxable operating income, add the investment, and then if you are asked to get the tax, you do the same. So it's all about whether you have been given the net accounting profit or not, then you know the method that you're supposed to use. So for now, we are going to stop there until our next lesson. So kindly below this video, there is some assignment question, attempt, and then you see if you can be able to do it the way we have done it. Thank you very much.
Greetings and welcome back to the lesson. The subject is Introduction to Law and Governance. Today we're going to study the legal audit as a subtopic under the chapter on Introduction to Corporate Governance. In our last session we discussed the compliance obligations. Today we're moving on to legal audit. By the end of this lesson, you should be able to define legal audit, should also be able to explain the importance of or the objectives of legal audit. Legal audit. Remember in our last session we said that compliance is the process of adhering to rules, regulations, and laws. We also mentioned that a company should put in place a system to monitor and check if the company is adhering to rules, regulations, and laws. And legal audit then is defined as the inspecting or the inspection of the company's activities, transactions, and practices to establish their compliance to its constitution and with the applicable authorities. Legal audit is the process of inspecting the company's activities, transactions, and practices to establish if the company is adhering to laws, regulations, and rules that are applicable to the company. It can also be defined as the systematic review of the company's transactions, contracts, and practices to establish its legal status and identify the potential legal problems. It may also help minimize its legal liability. So the main purpose of a legal audit is to help the company minimize risks and potential legal liabilities. It focuses on subjects like the form of business organization, the review of taxation law compliance, a review of intellectual property issues, use of internet, the human resources, among other areas. Though legal audit covers such areas. So I've defined legal audit candidates as the inspection of the company's activities, the company's practices to establish their compliance to laws, regulations, and rules. It is the inspection of the company's activities, the company's transactions to establish compliance with laws, to establish compliance with the laws. It is the inspection of the company's transaction to establish compliance. All right? It is the systematic review of the company's transactions. It is the systematic review of the company's transactions, the company's contracts and practices to establish its legal status and identify potential legal problems and help minimize its legal liability. So let's now study the objectives. What are the objectives of legal audit. Objectives of legal audit. Objectives of legal audit. Now, objective number one, candidates, is that legal audit promotes accountability. Promotes accountability. Legal audit does what? Promotes accountability. By doing what? By reporting deviations from violations of authorities so that corrective action may be taken by the company. Because when you are carrying out a legal audit, you on one hand have a list of the requirements, the legal requirements. Then you check if the company has complied, you tick, all right, with this one, complied. Number two, complied. Number three, not complied. So it's a systematic review of the transactions of the company. It does what? Promotes accountability. When review is carried out, when the activities are compared vis-a-vis the requirements, then it's possible to identify areas that have not been complied with. So the legal audit will identify deviations, and that promotes accountability. 2, identifies the company's legal liabilities. A legal audit can help identify a company's legal liabilities and risks beforehand. And risks beforehand. It helps, in other words, identify the potential liabilities and risks before they come up, all right? And if it's possible to identify legal liabilities and risks beforehand, then the company can come up with a way of averting potential lawsuits and penalties. And that is a sure way of saving the company's money in litigation costs and other unnecessary expenses. The third objective of a legal audit is that legal audit helps the company become or remain compliant. Helps the company remain compliant. It helps the company to remain compliant with the laws and policies that are put in place as it exposes the laws that have not been complied with. And that provides a way of complying with the laws that have not been complied with. Because when you carry out a legal audit, it's possible to identify the laws that have been complied with and the laws that have not been complied with. So the laws that have not been complied with, they can now be complied with as a result of carrying out a legal audit. 4, promotes good corporate governance. A legal audit promotes good corporate governance, both by identifying the weaknesses and deviations from the law and regulations, and by assessing propriety. All right? It promotes good corporate governance by, 1, identifying weaknesses and deviations from laws and regulations, and by assessing propriety where there are insufficient or inadequate laws and regulations. And when that happens, then fraud and corruption are by their very nature elements which counteract transparency, accountability, They counteract good stewardship and so on. So good legal audit promotes good corporate governance. Then number 5, a legal audit also demonstrates that the company's directors and managers have carried out due diligence. Due diligence. By carrying out a legal audit, that demonstrates that the management has done what? Has carried out what we call due diligence with regard to the activities undertaken, thereby minimizing their exposure to personal liability. When the directors conduct a legal audit, that legal audit helps the company to carry out due diligence. That demonstrates that the directors have done what? Have carried out due diligence with regard to the activities undertaken by the company, and that minimizes the exposure to liability, minimizes exposure to directors' personal liability. When directors carry out a legal audit, then they are reducing the possibility of personal legal audit, because they will have conducted their work as required by laws, as required by regulations, rules, policies, and so on. So these are 5 objectives of a legal audit, and that will mark the end of the lesson. Remember, the objective of this lesson was that by the end of the lesson, you should be able to define legal audit and explain the objectives of a legal audit. And that will form the basis of your today's assignment. Define a legal audit. 2, highlight 5 objectives of a legal audit. That is your assignment. When answering the question, ensure that you do not directly refer to the notes. See if you can recall what you have learned in today's lesson from your memory. Thank you. God bless you. Bye-bye. Hello and welcome to the lesson. The subject is Introduction to Law and Governance. We continue with the topic Introduction to Corporate Governance. In our previous sessions, we defined corporate governance as the way in which corporations are controlled and managed and also directed. In today's lesson, we will study the role of stakeholders in corporate governance, the role of stakeholders in corporate governance. Candidates, we know that organizations cannot achieve their intended objectives without involvement of various stakeholders. For a company to achieve its objectives, then it requires the input of various stakeholders like the shareholders, the management, the employees, the suppliers, the customers, the government, and so on. In today's session, we are going to study roles of stakeholders, specifically the shareholders, the directors, and the government. We will restrict our study to 3 stakeholders. Number 1, the shareholders. Number 2, the board of directors and the government. Let's begin with the shareholders. What is the role of shareholders in corporate governance? What is the role of shareholders in corporate governance? Now, candidates, shareholders of a company, both jointly and severally, are expected to protect, preserve, and actively exercise the supreme authority of the company in general meetings. The voice of the shareholders, as far as corporate matters are concerned, is to be expressed in the general meetings. They have a duty jointly and severally to exercise supreme authority, because shareholders are the owners of the company. Shareholders appoint the directors to run the affairs of the company on their behalf. So they have certain duties to perform in relation to corporate governance, which is said corporate governance is a way in which corporations are managed and directed. So what is the role of the shareholders in directing and managing a corporation? Number one, shareholders have a role to ensure that the directors who are appointed are persons that are competent and reliable, persons who can add value to the company when elected or appointed. So directors or the board of directors is a group of individuals who are appointed by the shareholders. So that is the first important role of the shareholders, to appoint the board of directors. And when appointing board of directors, the board should comprise of individuals who are competent and reliable. So when appointing the directors, the shareholders ought to ensure that the individuals who they are putting in office are people who will discharge their functions as required. They ensure that only competent and reliable persons are appointed. So their role is to ensure only competent and reliable persons or individuals are appointed to the board. To ensure only competent and reliable persons are appointed to the board. That is a supreme authority of the shareholders, to ensure only competent. Competent means persons who have the required skills, persons who have the required experience. So when appointing these board of directors, they should be persons that have the relevant skills, relevant traits to discharge the functions of a director on a board. Now, the second role of shareholders in corporate governance is to ensure that the board of directors is constantly held accountable. To ensure that the board of directors are constantly held accountable, because they ought to account their responsibilities to the board. So the shareholders should ensure that the board of directors are constantly held accountable. They are constantly held responsible for the efficient and effective governance of the company. All right? Held accountable and responsible for the effective and efficient governance, right, of the company. Efficient corporate governance of the company. Corporate governance of the company. So the shareholders should ensure the board of directors are constantly held accountable and responsible for the efficient and effective corporate governance of the company. All right? What is the third role of shareholders in corporate governance? Is to change the composition of the board of directors that do not perform to expectation. Where the shareholders have appointed the board and the board is not discharging its functions as required, then the shareholders have a role to change the composition of the board of directors, to change the composition of the board of directors, to change the composition of the board of directors that does not perform to expectation, all right? That does not perform, because when the board of directors are appointed, there are certain expectations. They have certain duties that they need to perform. They have certain responsibilities. When they do not perform to the expectation of the company or the board of directors, or to the expectation or in accordance with the mandate of the corporation, then the shareholders have a duty to ensure that they are removed from the board. Where directors are not performing or discharging their functions as they ought to discharge their functions, the shareholders have the duty to ensure that they are removed from the board, so that more competent and reliable directors are appointed. Confidentiality is another role. Confidentiality. Shareholders, candidates in a limited liability company are obligated to protect and maintain the confidentiality of company secrets. Shareholders of a company, by virtue of their position, may or will come into contact, will have access to certain information that may be considered secret, company secret. And such information should not be disclosed to third parties. And therefore, the shareholders have a role to maintain confidentiality. They are obligated to protect and maintain the confidentiality of company secrets. Now let's move on to the second stakeholder. The first stakeholder is the shareholders. The second stakeholder is the board of directors. Two, what is the role of board of directors in corporate governance? Now, the board of directors exercise all the powers of the company subject to the limitations contained in the law and the memorandum and articles of association. That means that the powers or the duties or the responsibilities of the board of directors is limited to what the law says, is limited to what is contained in the memorandum and articles of association. And therefore, one of the roles of directors in relation to corporate governance, number one, is that they exercise leadership enterprise. Exercise leadership. Board of directors exercise leadership. They do what? They exercise leadership. They are also expected to make sound judgments in directing the corporation so as to achieve continuing prosperity and to act in the best interest of the enterprise while respecting the principles of transparency and accountability. They exercise leadership, they act, they make sound judgments, and when exercising leadership, they're supposed to exhibit high levels of integrity, because these are individuals who've been entrusted with the duty to steer the company to prosperity. So exercise leadership. The second role of board of directors in corporate governance is to ensure that through a managed and effective process, board appointments are made that provide a mix of proficient directors, each of whom is able to add value and bring independent judgment to bear on the decision of the company. Independent judgment. They have a role to bring independent judgment. The board of directors exercises its functions through board meetings. When decisions are to be made, the board sits, and therefore, the directors who sit on the board are expected to bring independent judgment, which is expected to bear on the decision-making process. Independent judgment is a judgment that should be objective. Judgment should not be biased. Judgment that is in the best interest of the company. Judgment that is free of conflict of interest. The third role of board of directors in relation to corporate governance is to determine the corporation's purpose and values. Determine the corporation's purposes and value. To determine the corporation's purpose and value, to determine the strategy to achieve its purpose and also to implement its values in order to ensure it to ensure that it survives and thrives, and ensures that procedures and practices are in place that protect the corporation's assets and the reputation of the corporation. To determine the corporation's value, to determine the corporation's purposes, and to ensure that there is a strategy in place for implementation of the purposes and the values of the company. To monitor and do what? And implement. To monitor and implement. To monitor and evaluate the implementation of strategies. Monitor and evaluate implementation of strategies. First of all, the board envisions. The board envisions or comes up with the what we call a picture of what the company should be in future. The board determines the strategic direction of the company. The board develops strategies, and then the strategies are to be implemented by the management on day-to-day basis. So they come up with a vision of the company, where the company ought to be and all that. They come up with strategies, but the implementation is carried out by the management. And therefore, the board of directors has a role to monitor and evaluate the implementation of strategies. Okay? To do what? To monitor and evaluate the implementation of strategies, the implementation of policies and management performance. Policies and management performance. These directors are monitored by shareholders. And these directors monitor the management. So there's a very key role that the board of directors plays in corporate management, that one of evaluating the implementing of strategies, policies, and also evaluating the performance of management. Number 5, the board of directors should also ensure that the company complies with various laws to ensure compliance to various laws, regulations, and so on. Ensure that the corporation complies with all relevant laws, regulations, codes of best practices, and so on. Regulations, codes of best practice, like the one we are studying. We are studying the code of corporate governance, which is a set of guidelines on how corporations are to be managed. So the board of directors should ensure that the company complies with the laws. These are laws that are put in place by the government, the acts of parliament, the taxation laws. There are also regulations that are put in place, like authorities like the capital markets authorities, the securities exchanges, and also the codes of best practice. The board ensures compliance to such laws. The next role of directors in corporate governance is to ensure that the corporation communicates with shareholders. The corporation communicates, is to ensure the corporation communicates with stakeholders. To ensure that the corporation communicates with the stakeholders and the shareholders and stakeholders effectively. Effectively. There ought to be communication. The company is required to communicate with all the stakeholders. The government, the shareholders, the financiers, the customers, and all that. There has to be proper communication, because candidates, we know that the company cannot achieve or attain its objectives without the input of different stakeholders. Number 7, the board of directors serves the legal interests of the shareholders. That's another role of the board of directors, to serve the legal or the legitimate interest of the shareholders and the corporation, and also to account to them fully. Serves the legitimate, let me use the word legitimate, to serve the legitimate interest of the shareholders. They have a role to do what? To serve the legitimate interest of the shareholders. So these are 7 roles. Let me add another one, 8. Regularly review processes and procedures. Board of directors have a role to regularly review processes and procedures. And why should the board regularly review and review processes and procedures? So that the board can ensure effectiveness of its internal systems of control, so that decision-making capability and the accuracy of its reporting and financial results are maintained at a high level at all times. So the processes and procedures of the company ought to be regularly reviewed by the board of directors. Number 9, appoint the CEO, Chief Executive Officer. It is the role of the board of directors to do what? To appoint the Chief Executive Officer of the company. And they should at least also participate in the appointment of senior management to ensure that, to ensure the motivation and protection of intellectual capital intrinsic to the corporation. Remember, candidates, corporate governance refers to the way in which an organization is managed and directed. The chief executive officer of a company plays a key role in proper management of a company. The chief executive officer is the one who is in charge of the day-to-day operations of a company. Then, if that be the case, then the board of directors should be responsible for the appointment of such an individual. Of course, we have seen here that the board of directors develops strategy, policies that the company ought to be guided with in the process of discharging its function. They develop strategies. They give strategic direction. But the day-to-day operations of the company are left in the hands of the CEO. So this CEO ought to be a person who has the required skills, the required expertise, the necessary experience in order to steer the company to the desired end. And therefore, the board of directors should appoint the chief executive officer. And we know the chief executive officer does not work as an individual. No, there's a team of management, the management team. So the board of directors should at least participate in the appointment of senior management to ensure the motivation and protection of intellectual capital that is intrinsic to the corporation. So that is appointment, but that's not enough. The board of directors should ensure that this team of managers, these senior managers, are continuously trained. They should have continuous training, continuous training, so that they discharge their functions effectively. Appointment of the CEO and the senior management. So we can go on and on, candidates, and mention roles like that are related to technology. We can say that the board of directors ensures that technology and systems used in corporations are adequate to properly run the business. All right? So that such technology can help the company to maintain what we call competitive edge. The board of directors, you can also say, that has a role in relation to risk. The board of directors have a role to identify key risk areas. Identify key risk areas. Identify key risk areas. Identify the key risk areas and also the key performance indicators and key performance indicators. Key performance indicators of the business. And the board should not just identify, but should also do what we call monitoring they should monitor the key performance indicators of the company. Yet another role is in relation to going concern. Going what? Concern. The board of directors should ensure annually that the corporation will survive, the corporation will thrive, and the corporation will continue as a viable going concern. As what? As a viable going concern. So these are 13 roles of board of directors in corporate governance. We are going to discuss the last stakeholder, C, the government. The first role that the government plays is legislative and regulatory. Now, government through parliament makes public policy, it legislates, and also makes what we call statutory instruments. The government creates a conducive environment for business to operate. The government regulates and comes up with what we call the statutory frameworks. And the government, through the courts, also interprets and enforces the legislation that is done through the courts or the judiciary and other national enforcement agencies. So legislative and regulatory role. Government through parliament, I've said, makes legislation, makes statutory instruments. The government creates a conducive environment for business to operate, and through making regulatory and statutory frameworks, the government can also the interpretation and the enforcement of legislation is done by the courts and other national enforcement agencies like the Kenya Police and other such bodies. So legislation ensures fairness, legislation ensures a level playing field, legislation ensures transparency in business dealings, and that is very important. It's an important tenet of corporate governance. Transparency, disclosure and transparency is a key component, is a key tenet of good corporate governance. Through legislation, we know the government can, for example, determine what kind of financial records are to be published, right? We know candidates that the company law provides for the financial statements that the public limited companies ought to make public, to disclose. That's a legal requirement. And transparency and disclosure, those are important tenets of good corporate governance. So the first role is legislative and regulatory. To legislate and to regulate. And by legislating and regulating, the government creates a conducive environment for business to operate. Is that clear, candidates? The second role of government in corporate governance is a monitoring role. Monitoring. Monitoring what? Monitoring. The government ensures that there is fair play in business through monitoring. How does that happen? The government oversees and monitors organizations such as the Securities Exchange Commission, the Stock Exchange, and other financial institutions. Another role that the government plays is an overall role, or what we can call an overarching role. The government provides an enabling environment within which the private sector can thrive. The government is responsible for example, for providing basic what I call basic security. The government, through the public law, maintains order. The government ensures the protection of private property. And it also has an obligation to protect the vulnerable members of the society. All right? Overarching role. Let me call it overarching role. The government has an overarching role. It provides a general basic security, it provides law, it provides order, it helps in the protection of property, and so on. The fourth important role that is played by the government is that one of solving disputes. Solving disputes, and when disputes are solved, then justice is ensured and ensures justice. And where there is justice, candidates, there is most likely to be peace. So the government helps to bring justice in corporate leaders. Because you know corporate leaders who are from time to time involved in scandals. The government does what? Solves disputes among the corporate leaders, disputes between companies, disputes that may arise because of financial scandals, because of fraud. And the government can also help gather enough evidence against the corporate leaders who are involved or who are involved in scandals. The government can gather enough incriminating evidence against such individuals, and that is a very important role in corporate governance. Justice. The government does what? Ensures justice. So these are four roles that are played by the government in corporate governance. And that will mark the end of our today's lesson, where we've discussed the role of stakeholders in corporate governance. The syllabus restricted us to study the three stakeholders, that is the shareholders, the board of directors, and the government. Today we have learned that the shareholders ensure only competent and reliable persons are appointed to the board. We also learned that shareholders ensures that the board of directors are constantly held accountable and responsible for the effective and efficient corporate governance of the company. Efficient, good corporate governance of the company. The third role played by shareholders is that they help change the composition of the board that does not perform to expectation. In case there are directors who sit on the board who do not perform their duties as expected, then the shareholders have a role to remove them from the board. There is also the role in relation to confidentiality. Shareholders are under obligation to maintain information that is considered secret. The company secret should be protected by the shareholders of the company. We went ahead in this lesson to discuss the role that is played by the board of directors in corporate governance. We saw that board of directors exercise leadership, they bring independent judgment, they determine the corporation's purpose and value, they monitor and evaluate implementation of strategies, policies, and management performance. The board of directors also ensures compliance to various laws, regulations, and calls of best practice. The board of directors communicates with stakeholders efficiently. Number 7, they serve the legitimate interest of the shareholders. Number 8, they regularly review processes and procedures. They also have a role to appoint the chief executive officer. And number 10, they identify key risk areas and key performance indicators. Then there is a role in relation to going concern. We've also discussed the role that the government plays in corporate governance. The first is the legislative role and regulatory role, the monitoring role, the overarching role, and the role of solving disputes and ensures justice. The government helps to bring justice in corporate leaders who are involved in scandals. Who are done what? Who are involved in scandals. So candidates, I'll leave you with an assignment based on what we have studied today. Discuss the role of the following stakeholders in corporate governance. A, shareholders. B, board of directors. C, the government. Thank you for taking time to attend today's lesson. When answering this question, close the notes, close the video. Try and see if you can recall what you have learned in today's lesson from your memory. God bless you. Bye-bye.
This is what the question says. Peter Chawawa started a retail business on 1st January 2012. He has not been filing income tax returns for the 6 years to 31st December 2017. Now, an investigation of his affairs revealed the following. 1. The balance sheet of the retail business as at 31st December 2012 was as shown below. So we have the fixed fixed assets, which consists of premises 2,000, furniture and fittings 1,000, motor vehicle 500, current assets given, debtors, bank balance, cash in hand. Then total assets. We have the capital as at January 2012, net profit for the year, drawings, mortgage loan, creditors. Number 2, he constructed an extension to the premises in the year 2016 at the cost of 625,000. The following accounts balances were outstanding in the respective years as shown below. So we have the trade debtors, bank balance, trade creditors, cash in hand, stock. He withdrew goods worth 5,000 per month per annum from the business for his personal use. The principal repayment on each mortgage loan amounted to 250,000 per annum from 31st December 2013. The mortgage interest paid in each of the 4 years ending that 1st December 2013, 14, 15, and 16 amounted to 100,000, 75,000, 50,000, and 25,000 respectively. His wife opened a saving account in a commercial bank in the year 2012. The balance in the account after crediting the interest earned were as follows. 2013 all the way to 2017, we have the saving account, interest earned. Then his living expenses and wear and tear allowance were agreed with the Revenue Authority as follows. So we have the living expense, the wear and tear. So we are required to compute annual income of Peter Chawawa from 2013 to 2017. So here again we see that we have been given several assets and several liabilities, and we are required to get the taxable income. So the first thing that we normally take, we note which years are we getting the taxable income. It is from the year 2013 to the year 2017. So now we have to determine if you are given the capital by the beginning of 2013. Yes, it is given in additional information. Number 1, because we are given the balance sheet as at 31st December 2012, which obvious the balance sheet has the capital, the assets, and liability. So if you look at the capital, we cannot talk of 3,000 because that is capital as at January 2012. So we want at the end, which was now that at the beginning capital, net profit for the year less drawings, you get 2,800. That is the capital now at the end of 2012, which marked the beginning of 2013. 2013. When the time comes to use it, we reuse it. So the rest we have to now, since we are not given the capitals for each of the year, take the assets minus liabilities. But if you look at the ones that are for each of the year, they are in point number 3, that the following accounts balances were outstanding in the respective years as shown below. So where we have trade debtors, the bank balance, creditors, cash in hand, and stock. But if you look at the characteristics of those assets and liability, they are current one. We don't have fixed assets and fixed non-current liability. So we have to confirm if we had them. Yes, we had them. If you look at the balance sheet of December 2012, there are fixed assets, 3 of them. Those must be carried in the subsequent years automatically. And when it comes to the premise, as per additional information number 2, we have an addition in 2016. So we just add. Otherwise, the others will be the same for those years. When it comes to the non-current liability, we can only find one, the mortgage loan of 1,000 as at 31st December 2012. So that should be in the subsequent years, except that in additional information number 5, we are told that the principal repayment on each mortgage loan amounted to 250,000 from 31st December 2013. So it was being paid 250 every year. So we'll be reducing by 250 every year. Otherwise, we post them as they are. So we'll have Peter, Chawawa, capital statement. So we have the years that we are required to get: 2013, 2014, 2015, 2016, and 2017. As per the required in the computation of taxable income. And I want us to convert them to shillings thousand. We start with total assets. So first of all, we'll bring forward the non-current assets, which we have premises, 2,000, 2,000, 2,000. But now in additional information number 2, there was an extension in 2016 of 625. It will be 2625, 2625. And then now the other fixed assets, furniture and fitting, 1,000. Then motor vehicle, 500. Then we now bring forward the point number 3, trade debtors, 173, 190, 28, 230.5, 253. Bank balance, which we have 109, 194, 281. 281. Now for the last year is an overdraft, so we put a dash. We have cash in hand, $10, Stock 255, 302.5, 332.5, 366, 402.5. Now there's still another asset in point number 6. His wife opened a saving account in commercial bank in 2012. The balance in this account after crediting the interest earned was as follows. Although they are the wife, it is the wife the account, but we are not told that it was a separate or she was not getting money from the business. Because that is not clear, we have to assume she was getting money from the business being given by the husband. So it should be considered here. Remember we said we consider all assets, both commercial and private. So you'd have saving account, $300, $900, $100, $725, and $750. With no other, we'll get the total. And then we come to the total liabilities. So we start with the non-current liability in the balance sheet on number 1 as at 31st December 2012. We have mortgage loan. So in additional information number 5, we were told that there was a payment of $250 every year. So here, 1,000 minus 250 give us 750. Minus 250 again, 500. Minus 250, 250, minus 250, dash. And then now we bring the current liability. In point 3, first we have the bank overdraft. A negative bank account represents a bank overdraft. So which was in the last year here, 32. And then the other one is the creditors, trade creditors. Trade creditors which you have to 30, 241, 253, 272, and 291.5. And then we can get the total. So 2,000 plus 1,000 plus 500 plus 173 plus 109 plus 10 plus 255. 255 plus 300, giving us 43, 47. We do the next one, 2,000 plus 1,000 plus 500 plus 190 plus 194 plus 10 plus 302.5 plus 900. 5096.5. The other one is 2,000 plus 1,000 plus 500 plus 208 plus 281 plus 10 plus 332.5 plus 100. Half 44, 31.5. The other one is 2625 plus 1,500. This is already 1,500 plus 230.5 plus 281 plus 10 plus 366 plus 725, giving us 5737.5. Next is 2625 plus 1500, that is the 1500 plus 253 plus 10 plus 402.5 plus 750, 5540.5. The other one will be 750 plus 230, 980. Then this will be 741. This will be 503, 272. And then this one is 291.5 plus 32, giving us 323.5. Now we can get the capital at end of the year, that is assets minus liabilities. So it will be 43, 47 plus 980 plus 980 minus, sorry, it should be minus 980, giving us 3367. Next is 50, 96.5 minus 741, give us 4355.5. The other one is 44, 31.5, and then minus 503, at 928.5. The other one is 57, 37.5 minus 272, giving us 5465. 5465, 65.5. Then 5540.5 minus 323.5, giving us 5217. Then now we less capital at the start of the year, which for the first year we have to bring the capital that was there, which was 2800. The one in additional information number 1. Now for this one it will be this one, 3367. This one will be 4355.5. This one comes here, 3928.5. And this one, 5465.5. So we'll get the net accounting profit.